Kwekwe, bonjour, bon matin, good morning. Good morning online. I see, oh, hello. Good to see you. Oh, I see many, many friends. I wish you a good day, everyone online, talking to you online. Just special good morning, kwe, bonjour to those joining virtually. Happy to see you. And for those in the room, present in the room, merci d'être ici. Thank you for being here. We're going to start pretty soon, but we have some announcement to make, and I will start in French.
So, my name is Wina Tsiwi, and I'm from the Huron-Wendat Nation and from the Anishinaabe Nation in the Quebec region. I have the charge of including French in this assembly, which must be bilingual, to represent the language, the two languages that touch the most persons in this assembly. And of course, my French is my maternal language. Today, or rather yesterday, we had considerable discussions. We were very heavy. It's very important. But we also had the opportunity to have a 2.5-hour session, an open dialogue between chiefs and proxies in session that proved to be very important. And we invested considerable time in doing this. So today, we're going to continue these discussions. But just before, I'd like to recognize the elders, the knowledge keepers, and particularly the young who are joining us in person or virtually. We salute and recognize your presence and the importance of your presence. There was a pipe ceremony that took place this morning in room A1 this morning, directed by Leonard Whistle Traveler and Nicolas Swig. The first one was a elder. It was a sacred fire.
Thank you. Alors, il y a un feu sacré.
So there was a sacred fire that is taking place during the entire assembly that is being handled by Chief Warren Drunken from the Sikh Sika Nation, and we thank the Sikh Sika Nation for this effort. So yesterday was a very heavy day filled with discussions. These are the kinds of discussions that can call upon various emotions. And sometimes we need support. And for this, we have various opportunities for taking care of ourselves. This sacred fire is a way of accompanying these heavy discussions. Support, guidance, and to ensure continued support and guidance. I see my chief over there, and I want to salute. So the chief of our First Nation that I represent and that I belong to, and this support is available in the support room, in the mental health support room, which is available in room 209 with Tristan Monac, And what's also available is the Knowledge Keepers Room, 214, room 214, where you can go to get support. I mean, taking care of ourselves is very important in these tough times. And I also want to note that the former judge, Tony Mondavid from the federal court, is available all day to help proposers of various draft resolutions and to facilitate discussions and possible compromises. I also want to remind you that the documentation in English and French can be found on the AFN site. There's a lot of documentation. There's the draft agreement, questions, answers, a Q&A. There's a summary of the agreement. There's information on financing. You can go directly on the site. And on your badge, there's a QR code. And you take a picture of it, and that'll take you directly to the AFN site with all of the information from the for this related to this assembly. With that,
A brief review in English this time. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a very, very good day. Thank you very much. Merci.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Weena, for the introductions and some comments and some information for this morning and today. So once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Fiddler. I am, of course, co-chairing with Weena Siwi this assembly. This is day 2, and I'd like to say good morning to everyone here in the room. I know there's a number of meetings happening, a number of caucus sessions upstairs and down the hall, so more chiefs will be making their way into the assembly room. Miwe gwachim nawa mawajikum kjibaya, wenogum ka kjibayak gwachim nawa, mijbak sinmian minachiwi mun tajinjigek, wenogum ka kjigak, nanakumag ka paknamwach unagwa, ka kjibayak, kjahagagi. Kjibaya miaj, ego mina matigek kag paknamwach. Ego mi baksenmian, ejian zdamog mandu tjawen dang tjinigani tamagwe tjawen dangwe tajnjigon. Eskamats to aneman eskam. Sagu tjgo mi bgo extinendau tji kediak ko gawe kediak ego das bekske ega tjamanen mediak tjikten mediak. So thank you for allowing me to speak in my language and Shinimon language. I often say it helps keep me grounded and gives me calm and peace when we have any kind of a discussion. So I generally like to throw in a few words in my language. It brings me back to who I am as a Shinio person. So we do have a couple of quick announcements just before we get started. But first of all, again, I do acknowledge the Knowledge Keepers Council, the elders that are here, the veterans, the women, the men, the women, the children, the youth that were here yesterday as well that are present in the room today. We'd like to acknowledge and welcome everyone to the assembly. Also, just a reminder that the pipe ceremony is, of course, taking place every morning here in the plenary room, 7 a.m., with Elder Leonard Weasel Traveler and Nicholas Twig. So our understanding is that that happened here this morning as well, and will be taking place tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Also, Weena mentioned, and if we can put up the video again, there is a sacred fire that has been lit with the ashes that were used from yesterday morning's session. And there is a sacred fire. It is ongoing. If I can have Encore put up the video again, just so that we can see what is taking place at the host Siksika Nation. That is ongoing yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Just so that we're aware, I know that sometimes our discussions are very heavy, and it gives us peace. It helps us give some calm in our discussions and our deliberations, knowing that there was the ceremony in the morning and there is the sacred fire that is burning as we speak, that is helping to give us guidance in our heavy discussions, our deliberations. So thank you. We just wanted you to see the fire that's taking place. Also, there is smudging that is available. Yesterday, we had to go outside for the smudging. The hotel does not allow smudging here in the room, but we did have mental health supports as well in the room yesterday. We know that a lot of discussion took place. Chiefs got up and spoke, chiefs and proxies, to share some of their stories. And I know some of those stories are traumatic and can be triggering. And we want everybody to know that there are supports here in the room. Just to let you know, in room 209 upstairs, we have Tristan Montague, who is available, that can provide smudging and supports as well. Also, if you need support from the Knowledge Keepers Council, they are here, they are available in room 214. And we want you to know that we want this to be a safe space, and we want people to be comfortable. Also, a reminder, we do have resolutions this afternoon. We do have a number of resolutions that are conflicting resolutions. And we had the session last night with former Justice Tony Mandamin. Tony Mandamin is available to meet with any of the movers and the seconders of the resolutions, or anybody requesting an amendment to the resolutions. He is available to sit down and to see if we can sort of come to some commonalities or come to the same page in dealing with some of the conflicting resolutions. So former Justice Mandamin is available, just so that you are aware. Finally, last announcement, just to let you know, all of the material that's being talked about and discussed, including the revised agreement, everything is available online. It's on the AFN website, but also, I'm not sure if Encore has the QR code, but on the front of your lanyard, under your name, there's a QR code. If you look at the QR code, just take your phone, scan that, click it. It'll take you to a site, a conference site, and it has all of the material. It has everything that you need, the agenda. I believe it has all of the draft resolutions. It has the revised agreement, the changes that have been made. So everything is available online. So I know it's probably after 9 o'clock now. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Weena, and we will get started very shortly. So with that, miigwech, thank you. We're looking forward to a very good day, lots of good discussion today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Adam. Merci, Adam. Miigwech. I see Carl Dilem at microphone number 1. The meeting is not called to order yet, but I will invite microphone number 1.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Carl Salem. I'm the mover of Resolution 02. So I just wanted to provide a quick update because I know that there was a comment about it. So movers of Resolutions 2, 3, and 4 met.
I'm sorry. I offer you to provide your comments if you like, or to repeat it when the meeting will be called to order, just to be just to be noted officially.
I support the process.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your understanding and collaboration. So on that, but I can't wait to hear you though. So on that, we have you know, we have stars and different stars, but one very important star is with us today. And is shining and will be on the stage pretty soon. So, on that, hello. Once more, the AFN is very excited to have the accessibility champion, Marsha Ireland, as well as Debbie and her team, joining us this week, all week. So, for those newly joining, we have the honor of introducing Marsha Ireland from the Oneida Nation of the Thames. She's an advocate for sign languages and Oneida Sign Language. Marsha and the team will now share with us how we can learn some basic sign language together. We did that the first time at a July AGA in Vancouver, and we then included those sessions in our assemblies. And I think the feeling that I have is it's very well appreciated. So for that, please help me inviting Marsha on the stage. So. And the way to applaud is that way. Huh? I don't know for those that remind that. So we don't do that in the sign language. It's that. So yeah, up in the air. So this will show Marsha and the team that we are very happy to see her. So Marsha, over to you.
Yanko Weena. We have given Weena a sign name, Weena. So Yanko. Marie, Yanko, to your accessibility team, Yanko. So take a moment to introduce myself. Tehum, Dagwegum, Dayan, Miyugets. Oneida Nation. And I'm Turtle Clan. So I'm going to share with you some signs. I will show you Oneida Sign Language as well as what we call ASL American Sign Language. So we'll start with Sigoli. Always your left. Sigoli. Come on, do it along with me. There you go. Sigoli. Chief. This is how we would indicate chief. We use this sign because it's a symbol of the staff that a chief would hold or carry. In ASL, I would think it's chief. But in Oneida Sign Language, chief. In English or in American Sign Language, we'll say bye, wave of the hand. In Oneida Sign Language, we'll say Nikitwa, Nikitwa. Yanko. In ASL would be thank you. Yanko, Yanko. Mother, this is OSL for mother. ASL, mother. OSL, mother. I would say Mother Earth in Oneida Sign Language, Mother Earth. We give this sign for the earth because the tree, the hand symbolizes the tree, and the arms, the earth, and then the capacity for water or air and the lake, the water or lake. In ASL, it would be Mother Earth. So we'll do a review. Sagoli! Sagoli! Hello in ASL, hello. Yanko? We see Miigwech. Miigwech. In the western parts of these lands, we'll see a hey. Done this way. I hope everyone has enjoyed. Oh, higher. You do it higher. See, we want to be proud when we give thanks. Yes. All right. Higher, yes. Thank you. And see, this is a demonstration of how all of our nations have our own sign languages. As Weena was showing you applause, but for me as a deaf person, I cannot hear applause. So we wave our hands in the air, showing our applause. And with that, I say Yanko. I hope everyone has a wonderful day and good deliberation. Yanko.
Miigwech, Marsha. I told you, huh? She's a star, a superstar. And thank you to all the team, the accessibility team, and yep, we're honored to have you here. So, one thing, very important thing, I want to acknowledge the territory. So, we recognize that the Treaty 7 territory, home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising the Siksika, Blood Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, the Tsuut'ina, and the Aiahe Nagoda Nations, including the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Good Stony First Nations. So we acknowledge the territory, and we say Miigwech to invite us and help us having this important Chiefs Assembly, special Chiefs Assembly this week. And on that, it is now almost 9:20, and I now call this meeting, this day 2 of this special Chiefs Assembly, order. So the meeting is called to order. And on that, we will start the day with our first agenda item. And for that, I will turn the floor over to my colleague. Oh, I'm sorry. I must say that I have these things in front of me, and it's not easy to see the microphone number 1. So I'm very sorry for that. And I will now turn the floor over to microphone number 1 because I acknowledge Kelsilem is at the microphone. Over to you, Kelsilem.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So as I mentioned, hello everyone, good morning. My name is Kelsilem. I'm the chairperson for the Squamish Nation. I'm the mover of Resolution 02. And I just wanted to provide a quick update because there was a bit of an update shared by the co-chairs and there's been a few comments shared. So I just want to provide an update for the chiefs so you're aware of what's been happening and where we're hoping to get to. So the positive news is the movers of Resolution 2, 3, and 4 met over the last number of days and over email, working with the technicians. We had a meeting last night for 5 hours. Some of us were going until about 1:30 in the morning to address the issues and the conflicts between 2, 3, and 4, and to harmonize the wording. Right now, we are working with AFN staff to finalize the technical wording of the resolution so that it meets the resolution guidelines. And our hope is to get the resolutions out to you, printed copies with the amendments as soon as possible. We have already worked with a translator to get it translated into French, so we're a bit ahead of the game there. But just wanted the chiefs to know that we have been working. We're very close to resolving the issues on that, and hopefully have revised, amended resolutions that address the concerns. And one of the things I'll add and emphasize is at the working session that we had last night, there was approximately 50 chiefs and proxies and technicians. We had representation from BC, Yukon, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and I think another region, who all contributed feedback to resolutions 2, 3, and 4, and we incorporated that feedback into the amendments, and we're now just moments away from submitting to AFN staff so that they can then do a final review, and then we'll get them printed and they'll be distributed. So that is coming, which is good news. But the other item that also came up in our discussion last night with the chiefs and proxies was we had a very eventful day yesterday in terms of the presentations and the information shared. There was a lot of questions that were asked, and there's a plan to respond to those questions. And so one of the suggestions and the requests that we're going to put forward, and this is a matter for the co-chairs to hear, is I would like to move a motion to amend the agenda for this morning to restructure the order of some of the proceedings and to slightly change the panel. So the proposed agenda and the proposed amendment to amend the agenda following proper rules and procedures is I would move an amendment to the agenda to adjust the agenda for the following proposal. 30 minutes for question and answer period from yesterday's regional review and discussion. So that's 45 minutes for representative plaintiff panel, 1 hour panel on navigating diverse regional perspectives, and replace what is currently in the agenda with a different panel, which would be replace the current panel with regional service delivery experts, Kelly Provost for Alberta, Frank Daniels for Manitoba, AFNQL, Neil Purley, Tobique First Nation, Michael Miller, Ontario, Karen Pelletier, and Raymond Shinagoose from Saskatchewan. These are all experts who are working in the field of child and family. And so one of the discussions that we had yesterday, oh, sorry, I got to finish the amendment. A 20-minute Cindy Blackstock presentation, and then 30-minute question and answer period with Cindy Blackstock and the regional experts. What we heard from the chiefs last night is we heard from the lawyers yesterday. We want to hear from the experts. We want to hear from the people who are managing and implementing these programs on the ground, and we want to hear from them and their perspectives on the FSA and the work that has to continue. So the proposed amendment isn't a major change, it just reorders a few things, and then switches the panel as the main change to a panel of the regional experts, but it keeps the Q&As, it keeps a presentation from Cindy, it keeps the presentation from the Representative Plaintiffs Council, or Representative Plaintiffs Panel, sorry. So it keeps most of it, it's just restructuring the order and changing the panel so that we can hear from the experts. We heard from the lawyers. I felt that some of them were quite rude and disrespectful to the chiefs. I've never seen a lawyer yell at chiefs like that before. But I think today this morning could be an opportunity for us to hear from the experts. So I'm willing to move that motion to amend. I know that we've done this in the past at the AFN, where if we move a motion to amend the agenda, it can go to the chiefs for a vote. If the chiefs disagree with this amendment, so be it. We'll proceed as is. But there is now a motion to amend the agenda as described. And I believe there's a seconder at mic 2.
Miigwech, Chairperson Kelzidem. Just before going to microphone number 2, I don't have my typo. It's a lot of information for me to write all that down, but I saw that I see that you have it all on your phone, so would be a very good idea if you could send that to AFN, and this will help us. But first, there's a motion on the floor to amend the agenda for this morning of day 2 of the SCA, and we now need a seconder to support this motion on the floor. So I will now invite microphone number 2, please.
Mahilu, Colin Sutherland Wilson, Chief Counselor for Kispiox, and I'll happily second this motion.
Miigwech. So we have a mover and a seconder. We will open the floor for discussions on that motion to amend the morning agenda of today's SCA. But I would like to check, I will just take a minute to check with the team. The best would be to recap this and to make sure you all know on what you vote.
Miigwech, thank you very much. So while I was starting to jot down the proposed change, but I lost it halfway through as well. So we're just getting the proposed change. But before we go there, we're just having a discussion here, but I'd like the mover and the seconder of the motion. Before we go to microphone number 2. So I'd like the mover and the seconder of the motion to change the agenda just to be aware, because the agenda had already changed in virtue of the fact that we made some changes late yesterday. So I'd like to first of all explain what we thought we were going to follow this morning, which is actually different because it had already changed. So yesterday afternoon, we had a very good discussion. A lot of questions were asked. So there was a request that we go longer. Initially, we were going to go until 5:30. I think we went till almost 6:30. A lot of good discussion. As co-chairs, we made the decision at that time to hear everyone out. So everyone that was at the microphone and online that wanted to say something or ask a question had that opportunity. The change that we were going to make is to come back with a 30-minute allocation today to respond to those very important questions that were asked yesterday. So before we look at this motion for a change, and we're just, Weena's just looking at it here just so that we understand the proposed changes, here's what we were going to follow this morning. We were going to start at 9 a.m. with a 30-minute presentation from Dr. Cindy Blackstock. Following that, we had a panel, and we were going to have 45 minutes with the panel on the impacts of Child and Family Service Program discrimination. And we had the representative plaintiffs, and we have about 5 or 6 speakers that will be on that panel. Next, we were going to go to 30 minutes to respond to the specific questions that were raised yesterday. It's not a dialogue. The very good, very important dialogue took place yesterday afternoon, and we expanded the time allocation for that. The 30 minutes was to respond to those specific questions that were asked. Following that, on the agenda, we had the panel discussion, as you had approved on day 1. The panel discussion on navigating diverse regional perspectives. That included a Q&A session, and that would take us to 12 o'clock. So that is the agenda that we were moving forward with this morning. I just wanted to recap that because there were some slight changes from yesterday. I'm also allowing my colleague just to have a look at the proposed changes so that she can come on the floor and explain the proposed changes and the motion. So once Weena is ready, I will hand it back to her. And I see there is a chief at microphone 2, but I'll allow Weena, who is now entertaining the motion, to open up the floor. Okay, so I'll give Weena a few minutes. We banging on Jenny and Shinim when Ogum Gagjebag. We know I can get it Nanakum Miguich and the Nindan guy segway. Magayak Chigago doesn't Chigadik. I've known Jishak. Egomina Nigan getting up Madzach Mianoka doesn't. Ego Chigago doesn't Chigadik. Bayatag Junin Chigadik, Bayatag Jizu Dapan the Gig. So would you go Papakan, Gaguan Papakan in Chigadik Megots? How much did that we gene at the moment nanosnon? Michuga Kitian, Oyagana and Daguzich, Egawia, Chigiman and Chigipan, where who got Chigaganon Diak, Miuega Kitian. So just acknowledging in my language that we are dealing with a very important issue, dealing with children and those that will be born in the future as well. And a very important matter that we are dealing with in these discussions. And it's important to be respectful. We have diverse views. We have sometimes conflicting views. It's important that we articulate our positions, but at the same time to be respectful of each other within this assembly. So I'd like to acknowledge and thank everyone for respecting that. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Thank you. So I noticed that there's something new proposed, an addition to the already approved agenda. So on that, I will entertain the floor and invite microphone number 2, please.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Archie Wabas. I'm from Wannaman Lake First Nation. There is a motion to adjust or add on the agenda on some of the things. I was kind of wondering about yesterday's discussion. Yesterday's discussion, I heard the chiefs and proxies of their presentations and their discussions in a more way of it's almost like it sounds to me that we have this funding agreement that's in a draft form and needs to be ratified, and there seems to be discussions on the provisions and clauses where they don't really understand or support. Ontario did that process. We reviewed with our executive about the provisions and everything, and we passed the resolution to ratify the agreement at NAN level and Chiefs of Ontario level as well. I was a mover and I was a seconder in Chiefs of Ontario resolution. So Ontario is ready to go into this agreement with Canada. Whatever the outcome is, it will be the decisions of the chiefs here, right? I have to respect that. Before we decide on that vote on that resolution before us to ratify it or to support that, I think we need to hear Chiefs of Ontario's perspective, First Nations chiefs. Yesterday, we didn't hear anybody from our side talk about why we support the funding agreement. And if we could allot time, maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes maybe, or 30 minutes, no, around there. If we could allot time for Chiefs of Ontario to kind of, explain to the chiefs and proxies here of why we support it, okay? Just to be fair, okay? Just to be fair and just, let's hear both sides of the story and decide from there. I would like to add some time for Chiefs of Ontario chiefs to, present their perspective and why they support the funding, this funding agreement or minor agreement. All right, thank you very much.
Miigwech, Chief. Just a reminder for everyone at for all chiefs at the microphone that it's important to stay on topic, and the floor is now open for discussion on the motion to change the morning agenda of today's SCA. And on that, I will now go, there's no hand up on the Zoom platform. I will now go to the microphone number 1 and invite Chief.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, chiefs and delegates, elders, and observers and guests. I think we discussed and decided yesterday that till noon anyways, half a morning, we spend this time on the agenda just to agree on the agenda. And I think, when we make a decision, we should stick to what we approved. Because we're going to be spending more time now on this agenda this morning again, so I like to stick to the agenda. I like to see the vote happen at 1. That's like we approved, and I think there was enough time for yesterday with the experts and also with the lawyers, to get the perspective of this agreement. And that's all I'll say. Just let's stick with the agenda and move on.
Miigwech, Chief. I will now go to microphone number 2, please.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Judy Desmolin, Long Lake 58 First Nation. I just want to say that, with all due respect for the work that Dr. Cindy Blackstock has done, I believe I came here as a chief invited to a special Chiefs Assembly on long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. I think we've given ample time to the agencies to address this assembly. And I too, I've only had 4 minutes out of all the hours that we've been here to express how I feel about all of this. And I think we've given ample time to the agencies. This is not a meeting for agencies. It's a meeting for chiefs, and I object that we give them more time. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. I will now go to microphone number 1, and I'll close the speakers list at this moment to go to a vote soon. And okay, so microphone number 1, please.
Victor Linklater, proxy for Tegwa-Tagamal from Ontario. So yesterday we asked for the amendment to adjust the agenda. And to me, I would support this morning's amendment just because in the spirit of what happened yesterday, we need to hear all sides. And we actually sat here all day and we listened. How many chiefs are not really informed? They need to know what they're deciding on. And quite frankly, I lost a little bit of sleep last night. I'm thinking that as we go through the vote, clearly we are divided on this issue. A house divided cannot stand. And if I was a politician, you know, and this goes through and it's closed and it's divided, then, you know, there's no consensus really. And it's a very dangerous position to be as a leader. So I would support the amendment. I think we should hear from the experts on the ground, and they're all representative by regions, including Ontario. Because as leaders, sometimes we don't see that. And we had some powerful speakers yesterday from the youth, from social workers and stuff, actually bring in a different perspective than what we as chiefs and proxies have knowledge of. So I would support this, and I would encourage that we would keep into the spirit of this this assembly. Yesterday, we gave everyone a space to speak, so we could make an informed decision. And so, leaving at that, I think we should. And the thing that bothers me the most about these assemblies, and we heard it on the floor, is the concept of time. Our people have always dealt with matters in a manner that we talk it out, we don't always agree, but we come to a consensus, a decision that we could all live with. So I would support this, and we'll take it to a vote. So hopefully we get our amendment. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So, microphone number 2, please.
Chief Wilfred King, Kias, Sauging Anishinaabe, Gull Bay First Nation. Just on a point of order, Madam Chair, I believe that when the original agenda was approved, the mover and the seconder had made concessions to make an amendment to the agenda. Like, how many times are we going to change the agenda here? And I would think that you would need the mover and the seconder of the original mover of the agenda to either accept the amendment as today. Like, I'm tired of hearing from people here, I want to get on with the agreement and vote yes or no. And I'm willing to live with a yes or a no vote. Like, I'm just sick and tired of listening to this experts, and I know what's good for my community, and I'm the elected leader of the community. It's my neck that's on the line at the end of the day, not the executive director of a social service and agency. So let's get on with the business. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So 2 last speakers. The speakers list was closed, and one online and one on the floor. The 2 last for this discussion period. Just a moment, please. I now invite Chief Byron Louis online. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Byron Lewis, Chief Lee Okanagan Band, and my apologies for not being there directly. But there's a number of issues that me as a chief have to consider. And the first question is, does this actually deal with with what's on the table, with the $46 billion on the table? Does it allow us to deal with some of the most pressing issues with our people? And I think one of the biggest one, especially when we're dealing with apprehensions, is multi-generational trauma. When we start talking about the signs of multi-generational trauma, and I'll just quickly read through some of the signs: shame, increased anxiety and guilt, heightened sense of vulnerability and helplessness, low self-esteem, depression, suicide, substance abuse, disassociation, hypervigilance, intrusive thoughts, difficulties with relationships and attachment to others, difficulty in regulation, aggression, and extreme reactivity to stress. So when we look at that, does this allow us with ability? Because I do have concerns about this going back into the courts. We have over 200 decisions that are made by the Supreme Court of Canada, and I ask everyone, how many of those have been actually fulfilled to the degree that what was actually outlined in the Supreme Court decisions? We really need to look at this and create that balance, because we need to remember who's coming in next. And I'm talking about the Conservatives and Poilievre, and who Poilievre is. Polyev was part of the reform movement in Western Canada. This is not conservative. This is reform. And he was Harper's right-hand man. And we all know what they were to First Nations. And are they again going to take the approach? Well, let's let the Supreme Court decide, because it's a way to manage risk. It could take anywhere from 6 to 8 years for that to go through a court, and on an average, a sitting government lasts for 10. Let's get them to settle that, and we'll sandbag them for the next 2 years after that and let the next incoming government to deal with it. This is how government has managed these types of issues. So for me, I really need to know, does this allow us to actually achieve what I just read out? But more importantly, does this combined with the other sources of funding that have been identified? We have the day scholar that's actually set up with the 4 pillars, and that process allows for access to deal with these issues. We still have residential schools. We still have, some of the other issues. But for this whole question about delivery to off service, that's a constitutional issue, if I understand correctly. And I would ask the lawyers to clarify this, because what we're fighting is Section 92 that allows provinces to deliver services and health services and other processes under the Constitution. So this is a constitutional question that needs to be addressed, and we cannot get that addressed in a single agreements such as the ones on the floor. That's going to have to be fought in the courts, because we need to determine whether or not that we as First Nations have that right to basically to provide assistance to our people off reserve. So these are the things I am, as a leader, am struggling with. And I'm balancing both in there. And I would love to have those answers, because this is fundamental. We have lost people in our community that were people that went through this whole, apprehension and 60 scoop and everything else. That is without a fact. Thank you.
Which Chief? So I just remind you that we are at the discussion period on the motion to amend this morning agenda. I already closed the speakers list, and I mentioned it twice. And we are at our last speaker at microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. Chief Sonny Batiste from Attachment First Nation, Ontario. I'm sort of dismayed with the discussion. I listened to the paneling, everything all day yesterday. I mean, the concept behind this agreement is to deal with our children at home. And who are the expert panel, whoever they are? It's our chief and council at home that has to look everyday life for our children. And that's where it's going to be. And no one's going to be dictating on the well-being of our children. That's our responsibility. So I'm here to support this agreement fully, because it's to deal with our children for tomorrow. Are the Chiefs going to go, if this fails, are the Chiefs going to go back tomorrow and tell the grandkids or their kids, sorry, I didn't represent you properly over this ordeal? Like, come on. Thank you.
Which Chief? Okay, so the discussion period is now closed. So we already spent a lot of time on that, and if we want to get to the agenda items, we must decide if we will change the agenda. So just to make sure that everything is well understood, I will first present what is planned for this morning, and then I will summarize what is proposed by the mover and the seconder on the motion on the floor this morning. So this morning, first, and I will do it quick. So first, guest speaker, Dr. Cindy Blackstock. So a panel with a guest speaker, 30 minutes. Then another panel with the plaintiff, impacts of the Child and Family Services Program discrimination with the plaintiff. So this is a 45 minutes panel, and everything will be adjusted to make sure we have time this morning. But the third one was the answers to question from yesterday, and 45 minutes has been set aside for that. And then the last panel for the morning is a 1-hour panel discussion on navigating diverse regional perspectives. And then lunch. So what is on the floor right now? The motion to amend this morning agenda with mover Chairperson Kelsilem and seconded, and I'm sorry I don't have the name of the seconder, but it has been moved and seconded and discussed. And here is what is proposed. So first, 30-minute question and answer period from yesterday's regional review and discussion. 2, 45-minute representative plaintiffs panel. 3, 1-hour panel on navigating diverse regional perspectives. So this is completely new. It replaces what was on the agenda and agreed upon yesterday. So replace the current panel with a regional service delivery experts, Kelly Provo, Alberta, Frank Daniels, Manitoba, AFN QL, Neil Purley, Tobic First Nation, Michael Miller, Ontario, Karen Pelletier, and Raymond Shingus, Saskatchewan. Then, 4, 20-minute Cindy Blackstock presentation, and also another 30-minute question and answer period with Cindy Blackstock and regional experts. I don't know, so we will now put the question on the floor. We will now vote. Do you, Chief, agree to amend the morning agenda as presented by Chairperson Kelsilem and as I just summarized here? So, for that, I will ask Encore if you can please open the poll on the Zoom platform. Not sure if you have the text for the motion. I will check. So, motion to amend the morning agenda of day 2 as presented by the mover. So online you can vote now. In the room now, I will ask is there any opposition? So just to make sure, the discussion period has been closed. A point of order, I will address that. Microphone number 2.
Chief King, Gulbey First Nation. Madam Chair, the point of order is, in order to make the amendment to the agenda, you would have to go back to the original mover and seconder, and secondly, the Assembly already voted on it. So if the mover and seconder wishes to amend the agenda, and maybe perhaps we can get some help from your co-chair there, because obviously we're not following the rules of procedure that we have adopted. So I want a clarification on that, because I believe that the mover and the seconder on the original mover of the agenda has to concur with that. And if they do, I'm okay with that. But we haven't heard from the original mover or seconder. So it's a point of order, Madam Chair. And if we're going to follow the rules of procedure, we should follow them to the full. We just can't pick and choose what parts of the rules of procedure we're going to follow here. You know, and these amendments here that are coming out, we've discussed the agenda yesterday. I think we had a good discussion on it. There was concessions made, and yet we're changing it again. How many times are we going to change this agenda here? So I want the answer on the point of order. Thank you.
We will address the point of order, and I will discuss that with my co-chair. I just want to point out that it's very important to not address the chairs directly at the table here. And what we're doing right now is address the point of order first. We'll deal with that. We'll make a decision of the chair. But first, we need to caucus between co-chairs and get back to you with a decision. This is what is happening right now. And I understand that Chief would like to get an update, but we're not at that at the moment. Thank you. Miigwech for your patience. So the chairs discussed, and here's the decision of the chair pertaining to the point of order. So the point of order was you need to go back to the mover and the seconder of the motion to adopt the agenda to see if they agree or not with this proposed amendment of the morning agenda. And the chair accept that we need to, I will explain. Okay, if you leave me just 1 minute, just want to explain why I justify this. So we want to respect the spirit and intent of the rules of order that provides to a mover and a seconder, and it's not only the rules of procedure, it's our customs here since a long time to when we have a motion or a resolution, draft resolution, we look with the mover and the seconder to see if they are in agreement with a proposed amendment. If they are not, we don't continue. So to keep with the spirit and intent of that way of proceeding, your way, not mine, your way, chiefs and proxies, of doing things in an assembly to verify, to check if the mover and the seconder is in agreement, our decision is to verify with the mover and the seconder if they agree or not with the proposed change. So that is what we decided. And I hear a point of order. Microphone number 1, please.
Thank you, Salem. So I think the co-chairs haven't taken into consideration a few facts. One is at numerous special chiefs assemblies, we have had a mover and a seconder come forward to amend the agenda, and it went to a vote. Both of you have been chairs when that has happened. I could use an example. At the last SCA in July, we moved many motions to extend the time of the agenda, and all of those were done through a vote by a mover and seconder. There has been times when I've moved amendments to the agenda and both of you have accepted and went to the mover and seconder of this motion. The reason I would clarify what you just said is you are correct that the rules state that the mover and seconder have the power to reject any amendment. However, the motion to adopt the agenda was moved and seconded and then approved. I am introducing a new motion. It is not this, I'm not amending the motion that was approved. I'm moving a new motion and it is seconded. This is a new motion. And there is precedence at these assemblies, and both of you have been co-chairs when we have done this, where we have amended the agenda either for time or to change the order of things or to add time for additional topics or presentations. And it has been the practice of this assembly to allow for the chiefs to make a decision. If the chiefs don't want to amend the agenda, so be it, but it's the chiefs that should be making the decision, not just two individuals. This is a question for the chiefs to decide. Question for the chiefs to decide. I'll say it one more time. This is a question for the chiefs to decide. It is our assembly, our agenda.
Point noted, but the chairs maintain their decision. We maintain that enough time has already been spent on discussing the agenda yesterday and today, and we maintain our decision to go back to the mover and the seconder of the initial motion to adopt the agenda. This is a decision of the chair. So you chiefs and proxies, you can go to Rule 66 of the Rules of Procedures, and this is pertaining to you can contest, you can appeal a chair's ruling. So it is where a chief or proxy representative wishes to appeal a ruling of the chair, they shall do so by way of a motion. So we would need to vote on that. If you decide to appeal our ruling, we need a mover and a seconder, and then vote on that. And yeah, so a decision of the chairperson may be overturned by 60% of chiefs and proxy representatives. So you can make a motion. So microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. I was just about to do that, so thank you. I am going to move a motion to appeal the decision of the co-chairs on this matter and put that to a vote. The chiefs can overrule that decision of the co-chairs, and then we can go to the vote on the question of the proposed amendment. As I said, this is just allowing the chiefs to have a decision on this matter. I do also want to get to the business. I apologize that we're going through this. It's unfortunate, but I'm responding to the feedback that I've heard from the chiefs in the discussion that's been happening in the hallways and the rooms both last night and today. So I'm just trying to carry forward what I'm hearing from the room as well. We could be wrong, but let's just put it to a vote, decide, and we can move on and get to the business of the day. If we had been able to go to a vote on this right away, we could be voting on it now and then moving on, but I would move a motion to appeal the decision of the co-chairs, and I think there's a seconder beside me.
Miigwech for that, mover of this motion to appeal the decision of the chair. Microphone number 1, I suppose it's the seconder.
Judy Wilson, I'm proxy holder for Chief Maureen Chapman, Skylook First Nation. I just wanted to say, if we can just get on with the original intent, because the regional chiefs already made space in that agenda, but what we're hearing is the regions wanted to be heard. Whoever it is, they're regional experts, they feel they are not having enough space on the agenda, and that's what the order procedural was to do.
Chief,
and we need
I
to be able to get
will
to it.
interrupt you just because, do you second that motion?
Oh, yes, sorry, I do
Okay.
second it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a mover and a seconder of this motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. Just before opening the floor for discussion on that, I would like to turn the floor over to my co-chair just to repeat the justification of our decision.
Miigwech, thank you, Chiefs. So on the floor, just so that you're aware, I just want everybody to understand the procedures. When a point of order is called, the co-chairs make a decision on the point of order. It is within the rules, the chiefs, you can appeal that ruling of the co-chairs. That's fine, that's within the rules, that's okay. And it says a decision of the chairpersons may be overturned by 60% of chiefs and proxy representatives. Chiefs, this is your assembly. Ultimately, you will decide. But it's important that we understand what it is that is being appealed. And I know my colleague started to explain. I don't think she quite finished explaining the ruling. So the ruling was that we accept the original point of order on the spirit and intent of the rules. We looked at the rules. It's not clearly identified within the rules. So here's the spirit and intent that we were following. Yesterday, we had a lengthy discussion on amending the agenda. At the end of the day, the mover and the seconder agreed to change and make amendments to the agenda. Within the rules, if the mover and seconder said no, then we cannot proceed. We go with the decision of the mover and seconder not to amend, and then we vote on that. Now, if a motion can then be entertained to change that 5 minutes later, that opens the discussion. So that at the next assembly, we go through this process. There is a request for amendments. We follow the rules, and the decision is no, we do not amend the agenda. 5 minutes later, a chief can stand up and ask for a motion to amend the agenda. And that's what is being asked today. Although it is the second day, once that precedent is set, it allows for it to happen right away. So it is based on the spirit and intent of the rules that the co-chairs made that decision. Of course, chiefs, this is your meeting. You can override that ruling. So we just wanted to be clear what it is that is being appealed. I'll turn it back to my colleague.
Miigwech, Adam. So hope it helps explaining the decision. On that, the floor is open for discussion only on the motion to appeal our ruling, co-chair's ruling. The floor is open, and we will take 2 speakers at microphone number 2, and we will then, after that, we will close the discussion period on that, and we will vote on this appeal. Microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. My name is Chief Adam, and I'm with the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation. I'm also the president of the Athabasca Tribal Council. And a lot of things are not right with this agreement because there's a lot of questions that came up on it. We are under the notion that we don't take or leave it. This agreement has a lot of flaws within it. You've taken up a lot of our chief's time, just alone on this topic of a motion, wasting 15 minutes, which chiefs are given 3 minutes. I might as well bow to you, Your Holiness, because that's how we're being treated. I came here to represent ATC, which are having a Zoom meeting right now for a delegation to talk about Bill C-92, and yet I'm forced to come in here to vote on Bill C-92 because the AFN wants it. Let's get things straight here. There are some provinces where chiefs have got what they wanted. There are a majority of the provinces that chiefs don't got what they got. This bill, the funding is already being enrolled. It started April 1st, 2024. All we're going to do is vote to enhance it, give them the blessing that this is what we want. It's already unrolled. Canada has unrolled it on all of us already. So voting yes will just assure them. Voting no will give us the time to fix the agreement and amend it properly the way the chiefs intended to be. I'm only questioning the fact that yesterday and prior to this that I was told by technicians that this $47 billion was only for treaty chiefs and the chiefs of Canada. We asked that question. Yesterday I heard comments that somebody said $27 billion that you're making a decision on. Then we looked at the screen there, the written was on there that it would said the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. What are we voting on as the AFN? We are being told that this is a bill for the treaty chiefs or the chiefs of AFN, but Métis and the Inuit are in it. This bill is already rolled out. Funding is already being received. I caution that again. This is not a residential school claim. This is not a day school claim, which the AFN screwed our people of Canada that are still suffering today because of the decisions that were made. There are no programs for recovery. There are no programs for housing. There are no programs for residential school survivors, nothing.
15 seconds.
And now we're doing it today for our kids. Your Holiness, 15 seconds, yes. I'm telling it out. I'm not going to bow to you.
On that, I will now ask to close the microphone because we repeated many times that the code of conduct is very important and the respect of everyone here. It needs to be a safe space for everyone, even me. Miigwech. So just want to say that we will just entertain respectful comment as per the code of conduct and our values, I think. Microphone number 2, please.
Good morning, Chief Wilfred King from Gull Bay First Nation. First of all, Madam Chair, I agree, concur with your issues, and that they're being raised by some of the chiefs. We all agreed on a code of conduct as well. And as much as me and you have argued and debated over the years, I still respect your role as the chair. and I would not disparage you in any way, to make those kind of remarks, but I will address the issue of point of order. AFN has been around a long time. I view it as a professional organization, and I view that our meetings should be held with professionalism. And perhaps the issue would have been, had the mover and seconder said, yes, we agree with the proposed amendment, then we wouldn't be arguing here today. But that did not happen, and we've adopted the rules of procedure. Now, yes, obviously, by rule that you have mentioned, that it is the power of assembly that any delegate can challenge the ruling of the chair, because it's the power of the assembly at the end of the day. But it really bothers me that as leaders, like, we adopt rules and we don't follow them. It's mind-boggling. I don't understand that. And if the rule has to be written and the conventions of the assembly and the customs of the assembly have to be codified, I'm okay with that. Then that's something that we have to do as the leaders of this organization. And I know Keslam was on the revamping of the AFN charter, and that should have been a really important thing, because we're always arguing about the rules of procedure. I've been coming to these assemblies for 20 years now, and it's always been arguing about those rules. If we can't make rules for ourselves, then we should just throw the rules out and say, let's come here and let's have a free-for-all. And I think it would be disastrous if we did that. So we must follow the rules of procedure. In addition to that, those customs and conventions must now be codified, because we're unclear, and you've been challenged by one of the chiefs saying that we've allowed this in the past. And I don't want a haphazard process here. I want to make sure that we have a process that everybody's adhering to. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So, on that, we will now put the matter to a vote. So we are not the motion to appeal the decision of the co-chairs. The decision of the co-chairs was to go back to the mover and the seconder of the motion of the agenda yesterday, to adopt the agenda yesterday, to seek their agreement to change the motion. So the appeal is to not do that. They don't agree with the decision of the chair, and they want to go direct to a vote on that, not going back to the mover, the initial mover and seconder. So on that, the motion, the question is, move that chiefs in assembly overturn the decision of the chairpersons on the point of order. So you have that in front of you. I will now ask for the poll to be open on the Zoom platform with that question. I will wait. Okay, thank you very much. So to accept proposed, no, this is not, I'm not sure what it is in front of you. I can't see that, but I will repeat myself. The motion, the question is, move that chiefs in assembly overturn the decision of the chairpersons on the point of order. So you have to vote. Please remove what is on the screen, please. It's confusing. We're not there. At this moment, we will vote on the point of order to appeal the decision of the chair. Okay? So, So the technicians need some time to do some adjustment to open the poll. So we're going too fast here. Thank you for your patience. We're waiting for encore, but we understand that it takes time to do some adjustment on the fly like that. And in the same time, so we just take a minute for the technician to be ready to open this poll on the Zoom platform. Okay, I got the beautiful thumbs up at the back. So that means we're ready to proceed to the vote on the point of order to appeal the decision of the chair. So the motion is to overturn the decision of the point on the point of people. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm just reading what is on the Zoom platform at the moment. Motion to overturn this is confusing. No. So no, the text on the Zoom platform is it's too much. It's too confusing. Please, we need to go back to what I just read. So the question is to move that chiefs in assembly overturn the decision of the chairperson on the point of order, which means if you vote yes, you want to overturn our decision. You want to overturn our decision. If you vote against, you want our decision to stay as is. You want to go back to the mover and the seconder of the initial motion to adopt the agenda. So the vote online, I see that encore is working at the moment. Thank you very much. So you understand we will vote now. The question, and I want to make sure that the Zoom platform is ready before asking the question on the floor, otherwise it's not okay. We need to do that all in the same time. To return are you okay with that? Oh.
You can't open the poll until you say so.
She said encore, please send me the text you want to include online, please. I can't see it on the Zoom. Okay. Adam, can you move to overturn? They already started. Move to overturn the chair's decision on the point of order. Okay. Miigwech, so the poll on the Zoom platform is open. The question is to move to overturn the chair's decision on the point of order. I will now ask the question. Pardon? I will explain it one more time. So the question is to move to overturn the chair's decision on a point of order. So if you vote in favor of that, it means that you want our decision to be appealed, and you want our decision to not to be, you want to, what is the word for decision to be not respected? Yeah. So if you vote in favor, you want the decision of the co-chairs to be overturned. That means you want to go right to the vote on the motion to adopt the agenda as amended, not go back to the mover and the seconder. If you vote against, you want to maintain the decision of the co-chairs, you accept the decision of the co-chairs, and you want to go back to the mover and the seconder to check, to verify with them if they do agree with the proposed amendment for today's morning. On that, I will ask the first question, is there any opposition? So, any opposition? So you want to maintain, you want to accept our decision to go back to the mover and the seconder. So if you oppose, you accept the decision of the co-chair. You don't want to overturn the decision. So if you accept, please raise up your red lanyard, please, so we can see it. And I will ask Mariah's team, distribution, to please help counting the opposition. I will ask you to please keep your hand up until such time I'll let you know that distribution counted your vote. So it needs to be up, your red lanyard. Please keep it up. Thank you. A bit of exercise you didn't know that you will do, but things happen. Distribution, I got a thumbs up from distribution. Please lower your red lanyard. I will now ask all in favor of the motion to appeal. So you want to overturn the decision of the chairs. So you don't want to accept the decision of the co-chairs. Please raise your red lanyard. Distribution will count the vote on the floor. So I see that online there's no movement, or still some movement. I will give 1 minute approx online as well. Please keep your red lanyard up so we can do the count on the floor. Distribution is on that and helping us with that. Not after. I need to finish that. Thank you, Mariah. So I got a thumbs up from distribution. You can lower your red lanyard. I will now ask for abstention. If you want your abstention to be noted, please raise up your red lanyard. Distribution will count the abstention at this moment. And on that, I will ask for the Zoom platform, the poll on the Zoom platform to be closed, please, at this moment. We're just counting abstention at the moment on the floor. Thumbs up, thank you very much. You can lower your red lanyard. So the vote is completed both on the floor and online. So I remind, we will do the count, so I will ask distribution for help on that. But I remind you that as per Rule 66, a decision of the chairpersons may be overturned by 60% of chiefs and proxy representatives. So we need 60% of positive vote of those that voted, both online and in the room. So please, we ask you for a moment while the count is made by distribution. just want to make sure that the poll on the Zoom platform has been closed. I already asked for that. Just want to make sure that it was closed. So the result of the vote will determine the next step. That's why we're waiting to get the results. No, you have it on your phone. Okay, so we got the result. Here, first, the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair passed. I will now present the results. So, the votes in favor, 139. Abstention, 6. Opposed, 91. So, the threshold is 60% of those in favor, and it is, so this is why the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair passed, so it carries. So, what does that mean is that we will now go back to the motion to amend the agenda as presented. The discussion period was closed for that. We are not going back to the mover and the seconder of the motion to adopt the agenda from yesterday. We go straight to the vote because we already discussed that and we were ready to put the matter to a vote for that. So since it has been some times when I presented the changes, maybe it would be a good thing before putting the matter to a vote just to remind you what it is. So the proposed change of the amendment of today's morning is it is proposed to amend the agenda to have a session on question and answer from yesterday's regional review and discussion. Then a panel with the plaintiffs. After that, a panel on navigating diverse regional perspectives. This is completely new. This replaces what we already have, so replace the current panel with regional service delivery experts. I named Kelly Provo, Alberta, Frank Daniels, AFNQL, Neil Purley, Tobic First Nation, Michael Miller, Ontario, Karen Pelletier, and Raymond Chingus, Saskatchewan. Would be followed by a presentation from Cindy Blackstock, and then a question and answer period with Cindy Blackstock and regional experts. But we have limited time before us. This is what is requested in the motion to adopt the amended changes. So we will now ask the question, and we will vote on that motion to amend the proposed agenda. So this is a motion to amend the proposed agenda, so that you have just in front of you, the motion is to accept proposed amendment to the agenda for October 17 at the 2024 Special Chiefs Assembly held in Calgary. So this just affects our morning agenda as mentioned by the mover and the seconder. So on that, please open the poll on the Zoom platform. Thank you. Now, in the room, I will first ask any opposition to that motion to amend the agenda. So anyone that opposes, please raise your red lanyard so that we can see it and count the vote. So if you oppose, that means that you want to keep the same agenda that we already agreed upon yesterday. So if you want to keep the agenda as is, you don't want to amend, you oppose. So any opposition in the room, please raise your red lanyard. Distribution will count the vote. We are now voting on the motion to amend the agenda, this morning agenda. And I just ask all opposition, if you oppose, it means that you want to keep the agenda, you don't want to amend it. Please keep your red lanyard up so that we can count it. Distribution is presently on the floor counting the votes, the opposition votes. Please still keep up the good work. Please keep your red lanyard up so that we can see it. Distribution is still counting. Distribution finished the count, so you can lower your red lanyard. Thank you very much. Now, I will ask if there is anyone in favor. So all in favor of the motion to amend the agenda for this morning, please raise your red lanyard so we can see it and count it. Please keep your red lanyard up in the air so that we can count it. We need time. Distribution is on the floor counting the all in favor. So if you're in favor, you want to change the agenda for this morning. Please keep your red lanyard up so that we can see it during the time that distribution is counting the in favor votes. Mariah, thumbs up. Thank you very much. Please lower, you can lower your red lanyard. Thank you very much. We will now ask for abstention. If you want your abstention to be noted, please raise your red lanyard up. Chiefs and proxies, please raise your red lanyard if you want abstention to be counted. Distribution is on the floor looking for abstention at this moment. Thank you very much. You can lower your red lanyard. Please close the poll on the Zoom platform. Thank you very much. We will now wait for the the combination of the all votes, online, in the room, and we will do the calculation on this motion to amend the agenda for this morning. And I'm waiting for distribution to do that calculation and provide me with the results, combining both online and in person. So we're just waiting for distribution to do the calculation and provide us with the result on the motion to amend the agenda. Thank you for your patience. So here are the results. First, I want to confirm that the motion to amend the agenda passed. Here are the results for each category. So the votes in favor, 175, 4 abstentions, and 84 oppositions. So the motion carries. The agenda is amended for this morning, for this second day morning of this SCA. So on that, I will turn the floor over to my colleague Adam. Thank you.
Miigwech, Weena, thank you very much. So, Chiefs, we have the revised agenda that we will be following, and you have to bear with me. I don't have a hard copy. I'm going with some notes on the revised agenda. So, of course, it is 10:45. We will be a bit behind. We did spend quite a bit of time on the motion to amend the agenda, so we are behind, but we will go through the agenda items that you've approved to deal with. So the first item is the Q&A session. So of course, what happened yesterday, we had an open dialogue. We went longer just to accommodate all of the questions that you had. So the idea is that you had questions. You had many very good questions. So the teams have taken those questions and they have responses. So this is the answer to those questions that you've had. So we've allocated 30 minutes. I know there were a number of questions. So at this point, I'm going to ask the team members that can provide answers to those questions. I know we have a representative from the Caring Society. I believe it's Dr. Blackstock. Yes, she's making her way up. We also have from the Assembly of First Nations, Legal Counsel. We also have from Chiefs of Ontario, Legal Counsel, and Anishinaabe Nation Legal Counsel. This is to provide the answers that you have asked. So we've allocated 30 minutes, it's 10:45. We'd like to try and stick to that time frame. So we have a number of teams to address the answers. We have the questions that were identified from yesterday. We're trying to stick to the time frames, 5 or 6 minutes, to provide the responses that you've asked. 5 to 6 minutes from each of the, I don't know if I shouldn't say respondents, but they will be responding to the questions. We will start with the Caring Society, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, and she has the 2 questions that were asked yesterday. I will not read the question. I'll allow Dr. Blackstock to read the question. So we'll start with that. Migach.
Good morning, Chiefs. Good morning, elders. Good morning, young people. And thank you, co-chairs. So the first question that was asked to me is my question there. I'll read the question as I've got it here. My question, therefore, for the Caring Society is why they take the position that funding go directly to agencies and to have no funding flow to the First Nations until such time that agencies determine the First Nations are actually ready to provide services. So that was the question that was posed for me. That's an important question for us to answer. If you look at our proposed amendments and all of our positions that we've taken, we have always said that we want to respect whatever service delivery model a nation may take, and that there should not be discrimination for First Nations children, regardless of how the service is delivered in that particular nation. That means we take a yes-and approach. It's not an either-or approach. The concern we have is that under the final settlement agreement, they took the research that said this amount of money is enough to stop the discrimination in the agencies, and they did that and they pulled it apart, and that left the agencies underfunded. The IFSD says the shortfall will be nearly $10 billion over 5 years for agencies against what they should have gotten for that entity to not be discriminated. And then they allocated it to First Nations, but for those who needed capacity, building monies and time, that's not there. And we would like to see advocate for additional dollars to ensure that every First Nation is set up for success regardless of the service delivery model that they choose. You can look at our amendments document and you'll find that there. I hope that clarifies the question. I would also just make one other note. A reason why that's so important is we find even in Appendix 10 of the terms and conditions, we find out that the department will be doing risk assessments on nations before the money flows, and also agencies, to see if you're meeting their criteria for governance, finance, and capacity to deliver services. And if you don't measure up to whatever they think, then they can impose restrictions on your funding. So that's why we want to see everyone set up for success. Question 2, what is our plan B if Canada refuses to come to the table? What if a new Conservative government attempts to impose a unilateral decision or defund the CHRT? Again, another excellent question and concern. Here's what I'd say, is that the federal government is squirming to get out of the CHRT. They want out of that jurisdiction. And negotiation is one path to doing that, all by itself. The other path is we actually just litigate against Canada at the tribunal on what leadership feels is the best solution for First Nations kids. If the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal was defunded, the orders don't just disappear. The orders are there until they're replaced by another legal order. So, and the other piece is that you can see I'm older now. I've lived through the Harper years, and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal survived through the Harper years. So I'm not saying what's in the crystal ball, everything is on the table. I really appreciate these questions because we have to think about all the different risks that could be out there. But the tribunal order is going to be there, and we've litigated against the Conservatives and we got great results, and we litigated against the Liberals and we got great results. Our kids are hitting at about 30 wins in court versus 1 for the government, and that was overturned by appeal. So I hope that helps you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blackstock, for responding to the 2 questions from the floor yesterday. So just to clarify, there were a number of questions for the legal teams. So it will be the legal team from the Assembly of First Nations, Stuart Watke. I'm not sure, is it just Stuart or are you coming up with both of you? Okay. They will answer all of the legal questions. So we had allocated roughly 5 minutes each for Anishinaabe Nation and Chiefs of Ontario Legal as well, but we'll just give it all to Stuart, so that'll be roughly 15 minutes. But we'd like them to answer all of the questions from yesterday. So we'll turn it over. Oh, it's not Stuart.
Miigwech, Adam, as you can see, I am not Stuart Watke. My name is Lacey Cassis, and as mentioned yesterday, I am in-house counsel to the Assembly of First Nations. I just wanted to first off say thank you for that very meaningful dialogue that we had yesterday. I think that you had raised some very important questions and raised some serious concerns that you had, and I'm here to just briefly talk about some of those that were raised during the session yesterday afternoon, with the understanding that you don't want the lawyers up here for too long. So I'll just get started here. Excuse me. So there were some concerns raised with respect to the lack of youth involvement under the draft agreement. And in response, youth are in fact included under the draft agreement, and specifically youth are included in the context of an input on the technical committee, and this is also known as the Youth in Care Network. And this network will then provide recommendations in the context of providing recommendations to the Reform Implementation Committee. Youth in Care are a specific part of the agreement that inform the technical committee and the Reform Implementation Committee recommendations. Having previously been on the National Youth Council, I do commend youth in their involvement, and I do really recognize that they have an important voice. So there were some concerns about Canada ceasing its discrimination and whether the draft agreement really does address this. I can tell you that the purpose and intent of the agreement clearly speaks to the intention of eliminating the discrimination and preventing its reoccurrence. Canada also commits to ensuring the discrimination does not reoccur in the context of post-year 10 as well. There's also some concerns, and they are valid, with respect to including regional experts. Regional experts were included in the context of negotiations. Specifically, we did use the recommendations and input from the NAC where we could. And we also used various reports, including regional reports, which regions did fund to prepare. We've also incorporated a series of reports that drove the negotiations, including the Wende reports. There's also some concerns that were raised yesterday afternoon with respect to capacity. While the program is focused on the provision of services on reserve, as was the discrimination further to the CHRT orders, there is significant flexibility in the context of prevention funding, and I know this was raised and spoke about yesterday during the session. There's significant flexibility in the context of the prevention funding and other new funding, including top-ups. First Nations will be receiving full prevention envelope. While agencies have funding under baseline further to the actuals claimed in 2022-23, which includes least disruptive measures. While we recognize that more work has to be done at the provincial level to address the off-reserve component. And that brings us to my next issue that was raised yesterday. I understand that we do, as nations, recognize our people off reserve. I do know that. That's the way it is in Kirigan-Zibi, and we are grappling with that concern. We do recognize that this does, in fact, need to be addressed. But we have to remind ourselves of the originating complaint at the CHRT. And this was to reform a program, a federally funded program on reserve. So as my colleague Stuart Watke had mentioned during yesterday, he had quoted the CHRT, and that's unfortunately what we are currently stuck with. There were also a question with respect to how was $47.8 billion arrived to? Well, I can tell you that this number was based on research made by IFSD, specifically their Phase 3 report. It's grounded in evidence, and we push beyond what IFSD could do. We can't speak necessarily to bargaining as it is tied to CHRT settlement privilege, but we can certainly note that the envelope was pushed by the parties to the greatest extent possible, further to the mandates of the First Nations in Assembly. There's also some concerns that were raised, and they are reflected in some of the resolutions that speak to, there's a concern with respect to AFN refraining from supporting agreements that haven't been shared with our communities. I have to remind you that we do have two resolutions, and we've spoken about them time and time again during this assembly, and that is 40-2022 and 86-2023. And this essentially gave our team, the AFN negotiating team, the mandates to continue to negotiate. And it was always our intent to present to you and seek your approval by the First Nations in Assembly, as you are the decision makers. I will now turn to my colleague, Stuart Watke, that will hopefully address some more concerns that were raised yesterday. Miigwech.
Good morning, Chiefs, Proxies, Elders. Once again, Stuart Watke, General Counsel with the Assembly of First Nations. Just to pick up on where Lacey ended off on the mandates that the AFN received. The Assembly of First Nations and the Caring Society have been prosecuting this complaint since 2007. During that time, we had two interveners at the CHRT process, which is the Chiefs of Ontario and NAN. Throughout that whole period of time, when we were prosecuting this complaint, at no time were we given any authority to negotiate a rights-based approach or agreement. I know there's been a lot of discussions in the last few days about why off-reserve isn't there, why our treaty rights are not in there. The AFN has no mandate at all to negotiate treaty rights. We were given a mandate to come to an agreement to end discrimination and to return to the Chiefs in Assembly for approval, and that's what we've done. In answering some of the other questions, there was a question on whether or not First Nations are giving up rights. This is a funding program. The First Nation Child Family Services program is all about how the Government Canada funds agencies and now how we'll fund First Nation for Child and Family Services. It in itself is not a rights-based program, and it shouldn't be. It's a federal program to transfer funding, and that's it. So your rights will not be impacted with respect to this agreement. Question came up, how do First Nations work with agencies that don't work with us? As I mentioned the other day, the whole key aspect of this is to realign the accountabilities provisions or how accountability of agencies. Right now, First Nation child welfare agencies report to the federal government, they report to the provinces, and they report to First Nations. Under no other government or other country or province operates in such a way where they create an agency and the agency is accountable to a whole bunch of other people. When First Nations as governments create an agency, that agency should be fully accountable to that government, period. Right now we have a paradigm, as I mentioned yesterday, where agencies can operate somewhat independently pursuant to provincial legislation. And we recognize that there are many agencies that have good relationships with First Nations, and they work very well together. And we're not displacing that arrangement. But we also recognize, as a question points out, that there are some agencies that don't work very well for First Nations. And we've heard many of those scenarios across Canada. And this agreement will ensure that those agencies will have to report to First Nations and seek mandates from those First Nations as far as the services they provide. A question came up, if this agreement is not approved, do the CHRT orders stay the same? If so, what's the urgency? The CHRT orders right now, if this agreement is not approved, they will continue to operate. They are interim orders. And there's some misinformation about those orders. So like, for instance, the post-majority support services. There's an idea out there that that money is protected. The post-majority order expired March 31st last year. There is no legal obligation for Canada to actually provide post-majority support services at all. There are other aspects in the settlement agreement that deal with a lack of jurisdiction. The CHRT has no authority, no jurisdiction to make any orders with respect to housing. The Band Representative Program, that is a legislative program in Ontario. It only would apply in Ontario, and we roll it out across Canada. There is no legal obligation. So when we look at moving forward, obviously we want to preserve many of these programs. They're good programs. And they do benefit First Nations, and that's why we included in the settlement agreement. That's why we roll them across Canada. And we will do our best, and we'll work with all parties to the CHRT to ensure that those programs and that funding remains in place, regardless of what happens with the settlement agreement. There was a question on how does this agreement address needs, basically needs-based funding. It doesn't. I mean, it does in some ways. There's going to be money for prevention, poverty, a whole host of funding that's going to be made available. But this is a child welfare program. It doesn't deal with many other issues that our communities are confronted with, such as water, such as inadequate housing, such as the education standards. All those things have an outcome on the overall health and development of a First Nation child. That's all outside the child welfare process. So in many respects, the needs-based approach will not be, is not in the agreement, and we can't address it through this one program alone. Before I turn over to my colleague, last question, how will we protect sovereignty and to ensure that we don't lose leverage? Again, this program and this agreement does not deal with sovereignty. It's not a rights-based agreement. The Federal First Nation Child Family Services Program is a funding mechanism, and that's it. For us to conflate that and start to put rights in there, our rights are not a program. It shouldn't be in a federal program. So when it comes to sovereignty, C-92, modern self-government agreements, those are properly relationships between nations. It's a nation-to-nation relationship that should be funded through transfer payments. It should not be treated as a program. Our rights are not a program. And we want to make that very loud and clear that this agreement deals with how government transfers funding to First Nations and agencies for CFS, and that's it. I'll turn over to my colleague, Maggie.
Thank you for the responses. So again, we had a series of questions. Chiefs, you had identified 30 minutes for this responses to the questions from yesterday. We took 5 minutes and then we took 15, so that's a total of 20 minutes. The rest of the 10 minutes to respond to the questions from yesterday will be coming from a National Chief, but she's not here yet, so I'm just going to allow Stuart to take some of the National Chief's time as part of the response to the questions from yesterday. He does not want to take the National Chief's time. So again, just waiting on National Chief Cindy Woodhouse Nipanak to make her way up to the front to conclude this 30-minute time frame that you've asked for to respond to yesterday's questions. So I do see a lineup. Chiefs, we are trying to be respectful of the agenda that the motion to change the agenda, and the first 30 minutes was to respond with questions from yesterday, and then we would get into the panel, and then there's another panel, and then we also have Dr. Blackstock that will be speaking for 20 minutes, and then we will open it up for questions. With respect, as co-chairs, we are trying to follow the agenda that you've just given us this morning. Right now, this session is the 30 minutes to respond to yesterday's questions. So I do see a number of chiefs at the microphone, and again, we are being respectful of the agenda that you've given us to follow. It does not, your agenda that you've given us does not open it up yet for questions until following Dr. Blackstock's presentation. So I do see, is this a question to the group? Okay, so Chief, I'm not going to microphone number 2 yet. But again, as co-chairs, we take direction from you, from the floor. We are following the agenda that you've given us, and we'd like to complete the 30 minutes to respond to the questions from yesterday. We will open it up for questions on the floor when we come to that opportunity that you've given us to follow. So with respect, if you can stand by or give your names to the staff, and we'll come to you first when we open it up for questions. So if I can have staff just go to microphone number 2 so we can identify the chief. With that, National Chief Cindy Woodhouse Nipanak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chiefs. Good morning. I want to thank the elders who had just prayed for all of us just a moment ago. I want to thank you for your prayers in this room. I know I have a big script to talk to you about. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you that we've worked really hard to be here today. And I commend all of you for being in this room and for your passion. At the mics last night, we sat here and we heard all those different questions, different comments. And I know that it's a new way of, of course, this has been ongoing from 2007. And we commend Dr. Blackstock, we commend Phil Fontaine, and I know that it's taken a long time to even get to this point that we're here talking about this. So I commend all of you for coming together. I also just want to say that, there was negotiations happening with compensation. I want to uplift all those people on that. I know, and I want to commend this room that came together at that time on compensation. We all came together. We had many different resolutions and people united, and we came out of here with one resolution. And so I call on all of us, the movers and the seconders of all resolutions, to get together at lunch and fix this once and for all. I know Justice Mandamin's here. Let's come together in a good way and find our way forward. There's many elders that have been praying for us. So I ask for the movers and the seconders to meet at lunch. Of course, with Justice Mandamin. I know that last night it was a long, long day, and I think that our chiefs want to see us united, and many chiefs want to unite and find a way forward. And look, I know that this is a program, right? It's a broken program. It's been in court since 2007, way back when. It's still there. It took a lot to get to this point. It took many, many, many years and many people pushing this forward all these years, and I commend all their hard work. And certainly I want to commend as well the chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Nation who intervened throughout the years. I think in 2009, and then another, I think the Anishinaabe in 2016. So there's been a lot of interveners in this case, and certainly there's a table that's set there. You know, Canada was sitting at that table, all this, you know, in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and the Assembly of First Nations before I was here, Chiefs of Ontario, NAN, of course the Caring Society, and those negotiations can be very difficult from time to time. And I know that at the same time, while this negotiation was happening in the past few months, you know, certainly the AFN is just one party to that. And we're mandated by all of you in Assembly. We've been given multiple resolutions from the chiefs to get an offer on the table. And, you know, while this negotiation was happening on this end with all the lawyers, I was on the other side. I'm bugging Parliament, I'm bugging Cabinet, I'm bugging the Prime Minister, pushing them, so that to put some investments on this table for our First Nations children on reserve. And I know that it's one program, and I know that we still have outstanding issues. I hear it all the time on off reserve. We still have to deal with that. That's an outstanding issue. We also still have to deal with the Jordan's Principle piece, all of us together. We have a lot of work to do. So I know that this is one section, it's one program, but I also say to First Nations in Assembly, do your own laws, your own jurisdictions, and don't let them give you any less than what's in this program, what this program is being proposed, as you start to assert your own jurisdiction and your own laws and your own ways of doing things, because you know what you need in your First Nations communities. I was speaking to a chief just out here moments ago, and I know that it's a big change of the way things have been funded. Everything's kind of went to the provinces and to agencies, and First Nations are here. But I was speaking to one chief outside just moments ago, and he made me happy because he said there's a better relationship with his agency now that we're having these conversations. Things that they used to ask for would take a year to get. They're now getting it within 24 hours. That's a big improvement for First Nations when we move towards a First Nations-led approach. And when most of these investments of this program are going to go to First Nations, as National Chief, that's what I've tried to do. You've always asked for First Nations-led approaches, and I know that sometimes maybe I've hurt some people along the way. That was never my intention. My intention is to work for our leadership, is to work for our First Nations, to make sure that we try our best to push investments towards you so that you could do the work right on the reserve level, the First Nation level. And I know that we have, like I said, outstanding issues that we have to work on. And I know that timing, of course, politically it's timing, and using as much political capital as I could to help all of us. And that's just what I was trying to do. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I just want to help First Nations. And so I leave that with you. At the end of the day, this is your agreement to consider, and I will take whatever direction you give me. But I do say, let's try and come together and find a common way through this, because it's too much money to just wipe off the table and leave to the courts. And if we leave it to the courts, you know, that might take a few more years, and who knows what they'll come back and rule on us. We can do this ourselves. We have, look at all those beautiful people here. We have the expertise in this room. Let's get to that point where we come out of here united, strong, and together. And so we ask our elders, keep praying for us that we get there today. There's differing views and differing opinions, and that's okay. We're strengthened by that. We can make this better together. So I'll just say that. Thank you so much.
Miigwech, thank you very much, National Chief Woodhouse Nipinak. So that concludes the session on the responses to yesterday's questions. So I'd like to thank the group, the technicians, and the legal team for providing those responses from yesterday. So again, we do have an agenda. You've given us an agenda that we need to follow. So next on the agenda is a 45-minute panel, and then we have another panel, and then we go to Dr. Blackstock, and then we open the floor for questions. So I do see a chief at number 2. If it's a question, I respectfully ask that you wait until we open up the floor, because chiefs, you've given me a mandate and an agenda to follow. Please help me to help you. And if you can wait until the opportunity to ask questions, because I'm trying to follow what you've just given us. So with respect, Chief, we'll have you first on the list once we open up the floor. So at this point, I'd like to invite our next panelists. Representative plaintiffs, Carolyn Buffalo, Melissa Walterson, Karen Osachoff, Ashley Bach, Noah Buffalo Jackson, and Richard Jackson. If you can please make your way up to the front. Again, chiefs, you've set aside 45 minutes for this panel. I hope they are here in the room. If you can make your way up to the front, please. So we do have a number of speakers on this panel. What we'll do is we'll allocate 10 minutes for each group. We'll start with Carolyn Buffalo, Richard Jackson, and Noah Buffalo Jackson. We'll give them 10 minutes. We'll go to Karen Osachoff for 10 minutes, Melissa Walterson, and then Ashley Bach. So we're just having the panelists make their way up to the front. Miigwech, mtkid, yuega kajaji bandamik, mibuga jibiminja deg yuega gimin shiang, jibiminja hamang. A reminder, there is a sacred fire that has been lit. It will be lit for the 3 days, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, throughout the assembly at the Siksika Nation. So we do have the panelists here. A reminder, we do have supports available. There are mental health supports available. The knowledge keepers are here. I believe they have a room, and I don't have that information. I think it's room 214. They are available for any supports. Also, we do have, just looking through my notes, I can't find the room 209. We have Tristan Montague, who is available to provide supports, and Smudge. We know that these are heavy discussions, can be very traumatic and triggering to hear these discussions. So we do have supports available in the room, also out in the hall. So with that, I'd like to invite Carolyn Buffalo, Richard Jackson, and Noah Buffalo Jackson to the front.
Thank you. Thank you. Hamnatemte kakio tam skatnao. Askigayat, sigasoyan. My English colonized name is Carolyn Buffalo. Many of you know me. I was a chief once, longtime technician, spent all of my career working for our rights. I apologize, Noah and Rick are coming. Because of the agenda change, we were waiting all morning. But because of the way the agenda changed, we didn't know when we were going to be on. So I just want to say, Rick and Noah, come up here, please. So we've been part of this as representative plaintiffs for the AFN since 2019. We agreed to do this because of all the discrimination we suffered. And many of you have already heard me say this, but we had a family meeting when we were asked to do this work, and we had a meeting with Noah, and we said, Noah, we're being asked to fight the government again, but this time, instead of just for us, it's for other kids, so they don't have to go through what you went through. And he said, Skoden. I'm so proud of him because he doesn't hesitate. I didn't even want to come to this assembly. Because I knew that politically it was going to be tough. We knew that there was a lot of pre-lobbying going on. And I'm just going to be blunt. There's a lot of misinformation that's being spread about this agreement and about all the work that we've been doing. And I'll tell you something else too. It isn't just one person who's been doing this work. It's a lot of people. A lot of your people, not just one person. I know there's this real drive on the part of so many of you to give the credit to one person, but it was a lot of people who did this work to get us where we are today. And I resent, thank you to all of you who've been doing this work. You know who you are. I resent the notion, the assertion that I'm not an expert. When I have to live this every day, when me and my husband were fighting on our own to get services for our son, we didn't have any help from anybody. We did have our own human rights complaint. And the Caring Society's lawyers did help us pro bono. I am grateful for that. I always will be. But I resent anybody telling me I'm not an expert. I want to say, I'm not an AFN supporter. Okay, I want to make that abundantly clear. I'm not here to boost the AFN. I'm from Alberta. We don't even have a regional chief. I mean, that's our politics. I'm not a supporter of the Liberal government. Do I trust the AFN? No. Do I trust the Liberal government? No. But I am a supporter of this legal process. That's why we agreed to join and be part of it. If I thought for 1 second that this was going to be harmful to our people, I wouldn't be part of this. So we've been doing this work since we've been representative plaintiffs. So there was COVID. COVID was happening. We could only meet by Zoom. So us representative plaintiffs and our lawyers, we would meet and we would talk about the case, and the talks with Canada were going on and the other parties. Because remember, there's not just us in this. There's the mushroom group and there's the trout people. If this is scuttled, they're affected too, and their claims. We're not the only ones. We're just one party. You were told yesterday, we can do better. This is the first kick at the can. No, that is so not true. We have been at the table, not me personally, but all the parties have been at the table negotiating very, very hard. And for a long time, we were depressed and we were despondent because we thought, we're so far apart, we're never going to get an agreement. But we did. Now we have the compensation and the long-term reform, $70 billion. It's the largest class action settlement in the history of Canada, and I believe the world. That's not nothing. Can we do better? Is it perfect? No, it's far from perfect. And we are the first to say this is not justice. We'll never get justice. The compensation part, that's not justice for any of the claimants. We've never said it was. We've said from the beginning, we'll never get justice through this process. And this long-term reform agreement, it's not justice either. Is it perfect? Heck no. Are there questions? Yes. What I feel and believe is that there's absolutely the duty and the obligation on the part of all of us to ask reasonable questions, get proper information, and have a respectful dialogue and talk about the agreement. But it should be based on facts. It should be based on correct information and not misinformation. We have all had the opportunity to learn about this agreement, this process. I want to tell you something. Since I've been part of this process, I have been doing my best to educate people and inform them. I go to chiefs meetings, I talk to people and tried to tell them, this process is going on. I am a part of it and I can give you information and I can update you. I could barely get anybody to listen. You know when people paid attention? When the $40 billion settlement was on the table. Then all of a sudden, people sat up, paid attention, and started talking about the kids. That hurts me. If that were the case, where was the interest before that? Where were people when they should have been getting information about this whole process? We've had lots of time. We've been at this since 2007. We're not asking anybody to rush into anything. There was opportunity for questions and dialogue and discussion. We were by ourselves for so long, unsupported, doing this work. I can't tell you how hard it is to carry this work as a representative plaintiff. But we did it because we want the discrimination to stop. Let me tell you that scuttle this deal if you want. Go ahead. I'm up here upset because I think that's what's going to happen. Go ahead. Then what? If you think it's that easy to just go and get another agreement, we've been fighting since 2007. We've been there in the trenches. Go ahead and scuttle the agreement. But if the deal is lost, just remember what I said. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge, along with Carolyn Buffalo, Richard Jackson, and Noah Buffalo Jackson, who is up here at the front. So next on the panel, I'm going to invite Karen Osachov to come and address the Assembly.
Miigwech. Thank you to Carolyn. I always hope that this won't be an emotional experience, but it is. My name is Karen Osachov. That's my colonized name. My last name is actually Russian. I was adopted by Russian and English people in 1982. But I was born Erin Faye Canapace. My mom is from Pasqua First Nation in Saskatchewan, Treaty 4. My father's from Paipot First Nation, Treaty 4. So I'm Cree and Soto. We also have some Sioux in our line. So standing with me is my husband. Like Carolyn, I didn't come to this class action easily. We made a family decision. I spoke it over with my husband, and he said, you know, like, yeah, I think you should do it. But he's seen the emotional impacts of this case. I'm also a lawyer. I became a lawyer. I work for David Naugabo of Naugabo Corbière. So that's my other job. I'm not speaking to you as a lawyer, though. I'm speaking to you as a former child in care. I grew up in care my entire life. I was apprehended at the age of 2 in Regina, Saskatchewan, and I was adopted out very quickly. And I grew up with my adopted family until I was 11. So this speech is about the impacts of the discrimination. The impacts of the discrimination is that I think the most important thing to talk about, because I speak for all those children out there, all the people, all the children in the class action, that's my job. You know, my personal effects, while it's difficult, I'm willing to stand here and take all of that. I'm willing to go through these emotional impacts. But I think the greatest impact was that when we were in the federal court last October and the FSA on the compensation was approved, I need to tell you that I was suicidal. And I think that's what I need to tell you. That's what it feels like to grow up in care. And that's what it feels like to have to stand here and represent all our children that grew up that way. We feel lost. We feel like we don't belong. You know, like Chief Byron Louis, I'm so glad that he talked about the trauma. We need to have a trauma-informed perspective on this. We're talking about children, and at times, I still feel like a child. Emotionally, I'm very sensitive, and I still feel like that little girl that was taken. But through the grace of Creator, you know, I was able to go to Sundance while I was going to law school. It was culture and ceremony that saved my life. I have been suicidal since I was a teenager, but nobody understood me. I grew up in Saskatchewan in the 80s and the 90s. There were some good people out there, but mostly nobody cared about me. The police didn't care about me. The social workers didn't understand me. They always blamed me. They said, "There's something wrong with that girl." I quote, they called me emotionally disturbed. And I'm not emotionally disturbed. I'm a very loving, kind person, but I've had a rough life. And our people, our children have had a rough life. You can't imagine what it's like to arrive at a foster home in the middle of the night and they throw you in a tub of bleach and they cut off your hair. That's just one of the stories, you know? I dealt with a lot of things. And another thing I want to talk about is the agreement. I didn't have any supports. I've been on my own since I was 11. I was in and out of foster care, but I spent more time on the street than I did in the foster homes because I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand Jaganash people bothering me. They're always bothering me. And I just couldn't be who I was. I couldn't be a Native person. That's why I ran to the streets, because I wanted to be with Native people. That's all I've ever wanted. I didn't want to be in that foster home. I would rather be on the street with our people than in a foster home. So with the agreement, whether it goes through or not, it's important because I didn't have post-majority help when I was 18. I was on independent living since I was 16, and then at 18, I got thrown out. Nothing. I basically crawled out of the gutter to become a lawyer. And I love being a lawyer. And the only reason I went to law school was so I could help our people. That is my ultimate goal. Standing here, if I can help any of our children, if I can give them a voice, I'll continue to do so. And now I'm an older woman now, I'm 45. And I find that so weird because everybody thought I'd be dead before I was 18. And I really want to emphasize that those post-majority supports, the prevention money going to the First Nations instead of the agency. I've worked at an agency. I know what it's like inside an agency. And they do good work, but I had to leave that agency when I started getting apprehensions on my desk. I was getting about 10 to 12 a week. And I said, this is not what I signed up for. I signed up to keep our kids out of the system, and we just kept getting more apprehensions. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't go to court and say, we're going to apprehend this child. Absolutely not. I know there's some extreme cases, but most of them aren't. If you can help the family and give them some money and help them with housing, you can keep the child with their family. I would have done anything to be with my family. I'm an orphan. My parents are gone. Most of our siblings are gone. My sister's here. I would give anything to be with them. And I just want to end, I'm grateful. You know, I'm grateful to the AFN, I'm grateful to the elders, I'm grateful to all the parties. Yes, we have differing opinions, but at the end of the day, we have to stand up for our children. What's going to happen to these kids without that prevention money, the extra money that they're going to get? I leave you with that. I have all respect for all of you. And I just hope that you make your decision based on what Creator wants and follow your heart. Hi, miigwech.
Miigwech. So again, I'd like to acknowledge Karen Osachef for addressing the Assembly. I'm going to ask Carolyn Buffalo to come back up and to be here with her husband, Richard Jackson, who also has a story to share.
Tansikahio. Ina skumuana notsi pipitruano mutag. I am very thankful to be here today. Niwehon pahpahte ko niwehason sekason maga. I sini skak when I'm not in ceremony. My name is Richard E. Jackson. Anohtsoma. Ngo sisawi mam skomit. Igo kotagais uskaisakak tamagistik. My son, my handicapped son, is being discussed, as well as all of Canada's handicapped Indigenous children. Personally, I didn't even want to get involved with this thing that my wife brought to my attention. I see it as being heartbreak upon heartbreak upon heartbreak. People are not going to get any kind of service. I shouldn't say, not everybody will receive the service that they would like to receive, that they are entitled to. We've had the privilege of meeting Jeremy Jonathan, the brothers that are involved with the other half of that case here, they lost their mother. She started this information, this, as far as I know, this class action suit. And we were there very thankful that Cindy Blackstock was involved with it and was able to get things moving with the AFN legal team and other teams, legal teams. We're so grateful for that. Many of the children are grateful for that. However, this current agreement, in my personal opinion, as an educator, I'm a teacher. I've been a teacher for 25 years. I've been a principal. I have seen all kinds of money coming into my schools that I've worked at. All this money that comes in, then this is going to be, somebody's going to feel that I'm insulting them or that I'm attacking. I'm not. I'm just stating fact. As an educator, as a principal, I saw my education funds being pulled and placed someplace else into non-education. And then little ones like this, year over year over year, it compounds. The level of education that they receive becomes much, much more diminished. This little guy can't even spell. He graduated from high school here in Alberta. That's disgusting. He can't even count to 100. He did have one teacher in kindergarten. Do you remember what your teacher's name was? Karen, Noah? No, he doesn't. Karen Porter. What a wonderful lady. She got him to start handling pencils, crayons, learning how to count, how to identify the months, how to identify colors, all these different things. After the kindergarten, the funding dropped. And that's where his education stopped. After that, the EAs and whoever else, when they were looking after my son, they put him in front of a computer screen. And all they could do is one finger on a key, pardon me, his left hand, because he's left-handed. That's what CP does. That hemisphere is what's working. So this is what works with the left hemisphere. So his left hand is what he uses. I change his diaper 5, 6 times a day. I am the person who feeds him. I've had a full-time job. I've had to give up this job for up to 14 months so I could look after my son because we didn't get any services. None of these elected leaders came forward to come and help myself, my son, or my wife. I've had to cash in my pension twice. 2 times I've cashed in my pension to buy vehicles for this young man to be able to go to school. And then I would drive him to school because I was working at that particular school at the time. That's where I had a contract. My vehicle was used to take him on field trips, as well as other students. What did I get compensated? I'm hearing my kids being attacked, handicapped children being attacked, that they're not deserving of these funds, that sooner or later, it's going to go someplace else. The kids won't receive it. That's disgusting. I really, really hate to say that to you people. That's disgusting. These are children. They cannot defend themselves. Any one of you men and women can stand up and defend yourselves physically, verbally, emotionally. This little guy, all the handicapped kids, who's backing them? Their parents. I am the expert. I am the expert. It's not some social service person who apprehends kids, takes them away from parents, leaves them heartbroken, takes away their treaty rights. Like, that's unconscionable. These are children. They're entitled to just as much of an advantage as you are. The exact same opportunity. I bend over backwards for my son, for my children, for my wife. I help my in-laws. I help everybody that I can. One of my cousins, he was on council for the Picani years ago, and he came up with this expression, and I Today, it's true. It's very true. The government gives us a few dollars. They give us a few shekels from our funds. That 100% money that comes out of our resources, the feds keep 50% of it, and then eventually the government will allow us to apply for 25% of these funds, project-driven proposals. Most of you are aware of this. Well, it's kind of disgusting. What's going to happen to the funds that these kids have? I see it disappearing into places that it's not supposed to go. I've already been to pharmacies where I hear people complaining about not being able to get their prescriptions filled. And then the pharmacist says, you know what, we'll use for Jordan's principle. I'm thinking, that's not a handicapped child. That person's not entitled to it. Why are they getting these? You know, it's already happening. It's an abuse. One of the things that I personally recommend and suggest is that we have an auditor enter each and every school where we have handicapped children. This group will go, or group person, will go in and make sure which children are receiving services. Now, as an educator, I have had the opportunity to speak to so many of my colleagues, education colleagues, principals, VPs, student counselors, you name it. I talk to them all. One of the things that we have found is that our children, when they go to the public school, a person is provided to provide education for them, an EA, an education assistant, or maybe even a teacher who's a special ed teacher. What will happen then is these public schools will put 1 or 2 children, of our First Nations children, in with that person, and then they'll bring in other students, non-native students, into these classrooms where our handicapped children are being assisted. You cannot tell me that this teacher, EA, can provide 100% service to this child who's earned it, I shouldn't say earned it, who's entitled to it. And then a child who does not qualify for it, but they're placed in there by the schools. Not cool. Just not right. Our children are always being abused. Abuse. My abuse started in grade 1. Third day in grade 1. I got assaulted by a white child. I responded. When I first started school, before we started, my father made a point of having all of his sons learn how to box. We all learned how to box. So I'm in my school. Third day, this kid hits me. I'm sitting on the floor crying. My older brother, he says, Rick, what's Dad going to say to you? What's he going to do? Oh yeah, he taught me how to fight. So I got up. I went over to that kid and I gave him left, right, left, left, and I dropped him. Unfortunately, I got strapped. Every one of us First Nations kid in that event got strapped. The kids they stopped this kid from running away from me after assaulting me. So they forced him into a little makeshift boxing ring. And I did what I had to do. I'm not going to say it was great. I'm not going to say it was a good thing for me to do. But I defended myself. Just like I defend this child. Just like I will defend every handicapped child. I am very upset when I look at our politics. We're starting to act like white people. Where's our communication? We think we are the humans. That's where the word Aisino comes from. Why are we not acting like humans to our children? I thank you for your time.
So miigwech, thank you very much to Richard Jackson, along with Carolyn Buffalo for their presentation. Again, this is a panel discussion. This is a panel on the representative plaintiffs in the class action on child and family services and Jordan's principal compensation. So we have 2 more as part of our panel discussion. I'm going to invite Melissa Walterson to address the Assembly. Melissa. And just to be mindful for our sake, we will have the timer running just to help guide us.
Good morning, chiefs. Is it good morning? Yes, good morning, chiefs, proxies, elders. Thank you to Chief Knowlton for welcoming us to your territory. It's a beautiful, beautiful land out here. My colonized name is Melissa Marie Walterson. I was adopted at birth, right from the hospital. I was adopted into a white family. I was raised in Lake Francis, Manitoba. I had a hard time growing up. I went to a predominantly white school where I learned very quickly that I did not want to be Indigenous. I received less racism by identifying as Spanish. I was very, very embarrassed to be Indigenous. I wanted to thank Chief Byron Louis today for making his comments on the effects of our people going through the system. And although I represent the family of the removed children, I do have a personal story about being removed myself. And I've been working on this lawsuit since 2019. I went to the Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa in 2019, December, and I went with my colleague, and she introduced me to my chief of my father's First Nation, which is Pasqua First Nation in southern Saskatchewan. And he had mentioned to me that I had a sister that I should probably contact. And he gave me her number, and she's sitting here with her hubby. Her name is Karen Osachoff. Right away, as soon as my chief gave me her number, I called her right away, and she, it's like we clicked. When I was growing up, I never felt like I belonged. And yeah, I had a wonderful mother. She was. She had passed away in 2019. My mom was 49 years old when she adopted me. My dad was 51. And to be honest, they shouldn't have adopted me. They were too old. I mean, a lot of cookums out there raise their grandchildren, but my brothers were in their 30s. They had children of their own. And I just felt like I didn't belong. I joined this lawsuit because my sister asked me to join this lawsuit, and I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't realize the trauma that it would cause me. I didn't realize how much healing I would go through this process. If I had the supports back then, and if our nations had the supports that they had back then, I don't know that I would be be the same person. I think I would have known my language. I would have known my family, and I would have known my sister, and we wouldn't have been separated. Probably would have grown up together. Sorry, I apologize. Anyway, there's a choice that you guys have to make today. And I hope that you take into consideration the rep plaintiffs' stories and our lived experience and put this to an end. Because each one of us are going through our struggles every day. There's intergenerational trauma that we go through, depression, anxiety, and we have agreed to do this for the next 20 years. And it is hard work. And it's not only hard work, it's heart work, because we really feel that this is what needs to happen for our people, our children, and we'll continue fighting regardless of what the outcome is today. But I hope that everything goes well at 1 o'clock when you go to vote, and please consider the children and our future generations. Thank you for your time.
And again, we'd like to acknowledge and thank Melissa Walterson for her presentation. Our final panelist is Ashley Bach, so I'm going to invite Ashley to make her way to the front.
Puju Ashley Indigenicas, Bema Yatwa Gwasichiman Indigenicas, Migaza Indo Dem Mishkigogamang and Donji. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Bach, and I'm a member of the Mishkigogamang First Nation. I'm also Eagle Clan. My clan was assigned by Elder James Carpenter at Anishinaabe Health Toronto because I didn't know my family and my clan when I lived in Toronto in my early 20s. And I wanted to say good afternoon to all the chiefs, proxies, and delegates, and the elders, women's, youth council. I think there's a veterans council and also the Two-Spirit Council here as well. And I'd like to thank the elders for their prayers and also for the sunrise ceremonies that have been happening every day. And I also want to thank the drum group that was here for their song and acknowledge the sacred items in this room, including the Eagle staffs, all the flags. I also want to acknowledge the Treaty 7 territory that we're on, and that we're on the Blackfoot Confederacy Nation territory, Tsuut'ina Nation, and Nakota Nation territory. Thank you for hosting us this week. And finally, I want to acknowledge the other rep plaintiffs up here with me today. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. I know every time that we share, it's re-traumatizing and it's really difficult. When I was a youth in care and when I was a young person, finding my identity, I didn't know that I had a community that loved and cared for me. The system hid that from me. And I didn't know or understand that there was a painstaking process that my First Nation went through when they had to give me up to the system and then to be adopted out. I didn't know that I was identified as a child who had special needs, which could never be met in Mish because Mish is a nearly remote community and services were too far away or too expensive to provide. I didn't know that the chief and council of my community wrote to the government because they were so under-resourced. And I didn't know that my chief and council wanted me to receive the best care possible and that they had to give me up for that. And I did receive care that was better than many other First Nations youth in care received, but my First Nation shouldn't have had to make that decision to give me up so that I could get that care. I also didn't know that my community had asked for me to be kept aware of and connected to my culture and to know where I was from. To me, looking back now, it sounds like they wanted me to know that I was loved. There are 27,000 First Nations youth in care right now, and many of them are watching this assembly despite how re-traumatizing it is for them. And I really want those youth in and from care to know that there are so many chiefs and proxies, council members, lawyers, technicians, advocates, staff, and observers who are here, who care about them, and love them so much right now. And I hope that the youth in and from care watching understand that there are a lot of passionate and polarized opinions being expressed because it's coming from that place of love for them. I'm really fortunate enough to have a voice for a few minutes, but other youth don't. And I'd wanted to invite some former youth in care up here to speak with me, but I wasn't comfortable because of how hostile some parts of this assembly has felt. But I'm thinking of them a lot. And I know I'm gonna, after I get off the stage, I'm gonna have a ton of messages I have to reply to. The colonial court system has marred the process by which this agreement was reached, and it's been inflexible to our nation's traditional laws and governance processes. And I've heard how frustrated the chiefs are, and I'm really frustrated too. And it really, really sucks that we have to follow the colonial timelines because of how the colonial government election happens and how colonial courts and tribunals work. But despite this, and despite those colonial systems working against us, a once-in-a-lifetime agreement has been reached. Or maybe it might be better for me to say that it's a once-in-a-childhood agreement. Way back when I started doing my advocacy work, I was hopeful that my generation would be the last to be in the harmful status quo system and that it would be different from my foster siblings. But things didn't change fast enough. Even since this agreement was announced back in July, several youth in and from care from NAN communities have passed away. Other youth have officially aged out of the system, and many children are getting older and moving through the system as we speak. Children and youth in care need the First Nations Child and Family Services Program to be fixed now. And while this change won't happen overnight, our children really can't wait. This agreement is a once-in-childhood agreement because if we take too long, we're going to lose another generation. If we wait years and years for a perfect settlement agreement, they won't be kids anymore, and they'll be like me. I'm sharing today because those First Nations children that are in care or at risk of being in care need this action now. I really don't want our children to be in a broken system where they're cut off from their communities, their cultures, their languages, and their lands. I don't want the cycle of trauma to continue and to harm our children and our communities. I don't want First Nations to have to make those heartbreaking decisions to leave their children in a system designed to perpetuate the genocide and assimilation of our people. Instead, I hope that there can be a reform of the system. It's devastating for kids to end up in the system, but if they do, it should help kids to thrive in their identities. The system should help First Nations kids know where they're from, practice their cultures, learn their languages, and nurture their connections to their traditional territories, their clans, and their families. With that said, I sincerely hope that some form of an agreement and change for our children will come out of this assembly. That decision isn't up to me, and it's also not up to the agencies either. It's up to the chiefs to decide what happens with the agreement. I know that all the chiefs and proxies are here because you care so deeply about the well-being of your children and of your communities. And I know you're considering all perspectives and asking so many questions because of how much you love and care for your children. I'm reassured by that, and I know that First Nations Youth in Care who are listening are also really reassured by that. You're a leadership and we're elected for a purpose, and we have to trust you, and I trust you. And I trust that the Creator has a plan for what comes out of today. And with that, miigwech for giving me time to speak today.
Again, thank you very much to Ashley Bach from Mushkegowgamunk, who has returned to Mushkegowgamunk. She's standing behind her is her chief, Merle Loon of Mushkegowgamunk, and her deputy grand chief, Anna Betty Ajli-Beniskam. So with that, that concludes our panel session on the impacts of Child and Family Services Program discrimination. Of course, we've heard from the representative plaintiffs from the class action on Child and Family Services and Jordan's principal compensation. Panelists, if you could stay on the stage, please. Panelists, we're going to invite you to come up. Ontario Regional Chief Abram Benedict would like to present on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations a gift to acknowledge your presence here with us and to say miigwech, thank you for joining us and sharing your story. So with that, Ontario Regional Chief Benedict will be inviting you up and presenting the gifts. Miigwech. Miye mawaj kchinen dawan jknoad chin dawanok kagi pagid namaj utbajmonwa mawaj animen dawak yuen gagij gidmag sewach. So it's very important to acknowledge the speakers for sharing their stories, their passionate stories. And again, we are aware that some of the things we're hearing in the Assembly can be triggering and traumatic, and we just want you to know that we do have supports here in the room as well as in some of the meeting rooms if you need somebody to talk to. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Weena just to share with what's happening next.
Miigwech Adam, and miigwech to the panel for this important presentation and emotional presentation. On that, it is now 10 afternoon, and I have some announcement to make before lunch. So lunch is served starting at noon for leadership in the regional caucus rooms on the second floor. Other delegates can go to the third level at the Champions Ballroom. There are vendors in the Champions Ballroom, so you can take some time for shopping maybe and encourage our artisan and everyone that is present there. And one thing, at noon today, it was the deadline to submit late draft resolution. So the deadline is now over. So late resolution, there's no more time for late resolution to be filed. So on that, we will now break and go for lunch, and we'll come back Yes, that's right. That's right. So Tony Mandamin, former Justice Tony Mandamin, is meeting with movers and seconders, he's available. Just a reminder that he's available to meet with movers and seconders. And on that, have a good lunch. We'll be back here at 1, please. So at 1, we have a very, very big afternoon, a lot of important discussions, decisions this afternoon. So we will be waiting to see you here back at 1. So have a good lunch, online and in person. So thank you very much.
Good to be back. Welcome back to everybody here in the room, as well as those joining virtually and watching on the live feed. So good afternoon, everybody. We are back and we'd like to resume the session. So just to let you know a couple of housekeeping matters regarding smudging. We have had smudging here in the room. We had the knowledge keepers smudge the room, also come up and smudge at the stage. We have been advised by the hotel that we cannot have smudge here in the assembly room, but we do have meeting rooms where there is mental health supports and smudging as well. So we do have that in room 209. So if you do require smudging or mental health supports, a reminder, room 209. Also, the Knowledge Keepers Council is available if you wish to speak to somebody or one of the Knowledge Keepers, room 214. So again, second floor. Also, former Justice Tony Mandamin is still available. He is around to meet with any movers, seconders regarding any changes to resolutions. Also, a reminder to everyone here or joining online, all materials are on the AFN website. So if you go to afn.ca, all meeting materials are there, including revised agreements, the final agreement that will be discussed and whose resolutions accepting or modifying those agreements will be dealt with this afternoon. All of the information is available online. Also, if you have your lanyard, we mentioned that this morning, there's a QR code on the front of your lanyard. If you take your phone, take a picture, click on the link, that'll take you to a special site that has all the information. So delegates, we'd like to get back into the session. What time is it now? We are behind. And just to let you know, there were changes, of course, this morning to the agenda. So we are behind. We'd like to get started. We have 2 panel discussions. So what we will be doing is dealing with the panel discussion, Navigating Diverse Regional Perspectives. And we have, looks like 6 presenters as part of that panel discussion. We'd like to get that started right away. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. Also at 2 o'clock, we'll have guest speaker Dr. Cindy Blackstock from the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada. According to the updated agenda, she was allocated 20 minutes and then 30 minutes for Q&A. Following that, we will have following that, we will have a guest speaker, former National Chief Phil Fontaine. On the agenda so far, that could be roughly 3 o'clock. He had been allocated 30 minutes to address the Assembly. Just to let you know, if we follow the time formatting that was given to us, that takes us to 3:30 or so to start dealing with resolutions where the decisions will be made. We are speaking with the panelists and those that are involved in the presentations to be mindful of that. We are aware, Chiefs, that you had been ready to deal with resolutions starting at 1 o'clock. So we'd like everyone that will be speaking to be mindful of the time that we have. We want to hear from all of the panelists, but if we can be more clear, concise, and stick to possibly tighter timeframes, and then we can have you deal with the resolutions when we had initially wanted. So that's the plan for this afternoon. I know we don't have a full room yet, but we're just going to get right underway into the first panel discussion. So I'll turn it over to my colleague, Weena Siwi. Miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech, Adam. Bonjour. J'espère que vous allez.
Good day. I hope you had a great lunch. Welcome back. Welcome to everybody's online.
The afternoon. I see that acknowledge Chief Miracle Online. Your hand is up. I will allow one intervention, so I will allow your intervention. So I invite you to please unmute yourself. Yes, over to you, Chief.
Until now, so I didn't get the benefit of hearing the speakers. I know that I just want to emphasize a lot of our children still live in poverty, and this agreement, while it may not be perfect in many ways, it certainly will improve resources available for the people who work at the community level, and the resources are needed. And so I'm speaking in support of this agreement, and I hope other chiefs will do so as well. I think if the government changes and we get a conservative government, that this thing could just fall by the wayside, and we may not get this opportunity again through negotiation or litigation. I think there'd be a tough fight ahead with the Department of Justice lawyers. And so I would ask the chiefs to join with me and others in support of this agreement. Thank you so much.
Miigwech, Chief. Okay, so on that, we will begin this afternoon with the first panel. The panel is entitled Navigating Diverse Regional Perspectives. There are 6 panelists on this panel, and I will invite them to come and join us on the stage. So I am now inviting Kelly Provost, Frank Daniels, AFNQL, Neil Purley, Tobic First Nation, Michael Miller, Karen Pelletier, Raymond Shingoose, Saskatchewan. And those panelists will briefly present regional perspectives, and I will ask for the timer to be put up on the screen for each of them. We respectfully ask them to reduce the time to, instead of 1 hour, to 45 minutes. So I don't see any panelists coming at the mic on the stage. Yes, you're very welcome to please join us on the stage. So, and I thank you very much for your comprehension about the time and the short time we have in front of us. So you are 6, like 45 minutes. We'll put 7 minutes for each. So 7 minutes on the timer for each panelist, please. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your help managing the time. I will respectfully maybe get up and get by near you when you speak if you're near the 7 minutes, just to indicate that it might be a very good time to conclude your presentation. On that, I have a list here. Not sure if it's in the right order. No, it's not. Okay, so who's first? Frank Daniels. So Frank Daniels from Manitoba will be the first to speak. Can I ask you, do you prefer to speak at your place, or maybe it's a better place here to see everyone if you're okay with standing? Thank you very much. So 7 minutes, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank Daniels. Bonjour, Nijagane Duk, Denaway Magane Duk, Frank Daniels, Dejnakaz, Saiging Dunji. I'm the executive director for our agency. Saiging First Nation is a one of the 3 largest populations in Manitoba. We have a band population over 9,000 people, of which 3,800 reside in the community itself. Our community is comprised of Treaty 1, Treaty 3, and Treaty 5. I want to first acknowledge the territory that we gather on today. I also want to acknowledge the plaintiffs whose panel was before ours. We recognize their stories. We recognize the traumas that they've gone through, because unfortunately, we hear those stories every day as technicians. So we can relate to the stories that they were sharing, but it's important to also note that in no way should this agreement not be passed today, that won't impact the compensation rollouts, because those will begin to roll out in December of this year. I want to talk from the perspective of Manitoba. Manitoba is ground zero for children in care. Our province has a population of 1.2 million. That's less than the province of the city of Vancouver alone. Yet we, as you heard Chief Mooney ask yesterday, we have a population of over 10,000 kids in care based on the reaction of a tragedy of a child death years ago. Workers were working from a fear-based approach, not being able to think outside the box, but rather to cover themselves. And the easiest solution was to bring kids into care rather than think strategically about how to keep kids at home and to keep families together. Well, that's all changed. What's allowed us to happen over this last little while with this increase in funding that we never got before in terms of prevention was to look strategically at how we can keep kids and families together. Unfortunately, the model that's being proposed, and I can say, like, I speak from my own agency. I have colleagues in Manitoba that have their own unique issues working with multiple communities and trying to stick handle several different leadership groups. And I don't envy that at all, because that's a task in of itself. But I'm fortunate enough, based on the size of our community and the population that we serve, I have a good working relationship with our leadership group. And I can't see us not working together going forward. But it's disheartening to hear, as a technician, when statements are made about us as technicians taking kids into care because a single mom works 2 or 3 jobs. That's not First Nation service providers doing those types of things. I can affirm with my colleagues from across the nation, that is not our practice. And you're probably speaking about a non-Indigenous agency whose practices those are. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Statements are made about not disrespecting people, but statements like that have a ripple effect. And I just wanted to clear the air about that. That said, I also wanted to talk about basically how the overrepresentation of kids by the region, considering determining the funding allocations. We understand some nations are aware of their specific funding allocations, but many are still left in the dark and expected to vote on this afternoon. I heard it this morning in the Manitoba caucus room. Several of the chiefs in there didn't know what their allocations were going to be. Late last week, Appendix 10 was released, which states the eligibility criteria for First Nations must meet before entering into a funding agreement under ISK's risk assessment. This means that there are going to be 2 areas where ISK will assess prior and issuing funding to a nation. Canada is going to control how, if, and when you receive your funding. Furthermore, of the 47.8 billion, 226 million of that does not flow to you as nations or to the children and the families. Instead, this is tied up by oversight, governance, and dispute resolutions related to the FSA. To ensure each region's needs are reflected in the reform of First Nations CFS, and based on what I've opened my comments with, being ground zero for children in care, it's imperative that each region have its own agreement that speaks to the diversity and the unique needs of each nation in that region. Regional representation on RIC is not enough to ensure the needs of each nation facing complex issues concerning children and families and being adequately funded. Regional reps on RIC can be removed by the four parties, AFN, Canada, CU, and NAN, by way of a unanimous vote. This provision creates the ability for the four parties to control membership of the RIC while stripping other members of the same power. This is not true equitable representation on RIC. It can be considered fear-based representation due to the risk of removal by the four parties. Having said that, we keep hearing about the baseline funding for agencies. I've asked this question at every session that I've attended as with their rolling out the FSA, and prior to that, when we were in Montreal, they talk about least disruptive measures. LDM is our acronym. We're bad for acronyms. I apologize for that. But LDM, or least disruptive measures, didn't exist. That language didn't exist in 22-23. So how are they be able to tell us or inform us as agencies what our LDM funding looks like when the language didn't exist? Lastly, you had heard by one of the staffers' legals that the orders on post-majority support services ended in March 2023. That order may have ended. However, they continue to support post-majority. It's common knowledge that post-majority funding will be provided at the community levels in the next fiscal year, April 2025. And as an agency, to be proactive so that we can allow ourselves a transition time if our community chooses to want it.
I will now ask you to please conclude briefly.
I lost my train of thought. As a proactive measure to ensure that there's a transition, because we owe it to these young people, as an agency, we submitted a CHRT claim for post-majority service for the next fiscal year, 24-25. So these are all indicators that they're going to support it. And in my opinion, again, I think it's a fear tactic that post-majority supports will end if you don't agree to this agreement. So those are the things I wanted to share from a Manitoba perspective. Being ground zero, we need a regional agreement that reflects us as Manitoba and all our unique needs. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Just a reminder that we ask all panelists, all speakers to please be respectful of their time allotted and agreed upon by the chiefs and the proxies in assembly. And every panelist, each of them will have 7 minutes. And the next panelist invited to the podium is Karen Pelchier. And Madame Pelchier will use the time of her colleague, Raymond Shingus. He agreed to not speak, so we acknowledge his presence. Thank you for being here, but he gives his time to Karen Pelchier. So I will ask for the timer to be put at 14 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Tansei, Anin. My name is Karen Pelche. My real name is Esquia Kapibin Masqua. I'm from the Kizagoose First Nation in the area known as Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 area, our First Nations lands, our Turtle Island. So I just want to say miigwech to the Keteak who this morning provided prayers, as well as miigwech to all of you for all the work you've been doing, the chiefs, the experts, the plaintiffs, lawyers, everyone. Miigwech. Thank you very much. And also want to acknowledge the territory beyond the Bloods and the Blackfoot and the Sarsi. Their correct names in their languages, I'm sorry, I apologize. I cannot say them because I would not say them properly. I am not a social worker. I am not one of the child welfare family services directors. I am Director of Child Welfare Social Development for FSIN. I get my mandate from the First Nation chiefs. It's their mandate I must follow. I report to them. That's how I operate as an FSIN director. Just to let you know about how we work in the region called Saskatchewan, which is, again, too, our treaty areas. Our agencies and our non-affiliated agencies are all part of the FSIN framework and the structure and how we work. They are our experts. We listen to them. Is everything perfect? Mats, Namoya, no, it's not. We argue, we fight, we agree, we come to some kind of consensus. But our agencies recognize that our chiefs are the people who are the leaders for their First Nations. I'm not going to say community, it's our First Nations. So this is something that we always remember. As well, there's something else that we always have to remember as we approach this work. I just don't deal with the agencies, I also deal with MSS, which is the Ministry of Social Services in Saskatchewan, and beyond that, because our children are right across Turtle Island and internationally. We must remember that our on-reserve is different from our off-reserve, that in our area, our agencies have a relationship with the First Nations, and that relationship can sometimes be rocky, but it has been going on for 30+ years. As well, our work as technicians, and that's what I consider myself a technician, is to ensure that our chiefs are fully informed so they can make the best informed decision for their children and all the generations to come. That's what my job is, and I try to give as much information as I can. And the fact that we even had ISK through Lisa Legault come and speak to our chiefs last night and answer a lot of questions. This is a precedent-setting agreement. And you must forgive me, I do have a slight lisp, so there are certain words that probably will not come out right, as it has been mentioned many times here. So the chiefs, you all must ensure that you fully address the concerns of all our nations. I know you speak for your own nation, but the reality is any decision made by you when you're sitting here affects all the children across Turtle Island. The point of the agreement is to end discrimination against our children who are in care, as well as end discrimination against First Nations and those agencies that serve them. I'm just going to give you an example here. The social transfer for province and territories is set at a 3% escalator. For health, it is set at a 6% escalator. In this agreement under Section 34, it is 2%. This is discrimination. That is not acceptable. That percentage has to go up. We can't settle for less. We've always settled for less, and it's about time that we don't. It's about time when it comes to our children. When it comes to our children and it comes to our nations that we demand that we get what is right. We have the highest population growth as compared to the rest of the Canadians. Why isn't that taken into consideration when we're talking about this? Why isn't it in the agreement? As well, the other one, we're all fighting amongst ourselves, and I hear it constantly here. But the reality, ISK in Canada, internal reform, that's what's needed. We don't need AFN and everybody else kind of thing monitoring what the relationship between First Nations and their agencies. The reform has to be internally to ISK. They're the ones discriminating based upon a system. That system must be addressed. Why is it not addressed in this agreement? Why is it only limited to one page? Why are they trying to remove an independent, and I have to say this is all what we've always said about the Expert Advisory Committee. All the regions put forward names. These are the best in the country. Their expertise, both on governancy, their expertise on education, their expertise in social work. We brought them together, and now they're not even being listened to. They can do that. They can work with ISK. They can work independently. Let's keep them. We have the best. We shouldn't settle for less. The other important thing here is to remember that First Nations and agencies, you do have to work together. Agreement or no agreement, you must, especially with these prevention dollars. Prevention is 3 different levels right now that it's set out. It's primary, it's secondary, and it's tertiary. Primary includes workshops, cultural events, recreation activities. Secondary is home visits, mentoring, reunification, making sure that families can stay together. Okay, that's what the thing is, making sure children can stay, that children can actually practice their inherent right to their culture, to their language, to their foods, to everything they deserve to know about who they are. That's what we need. We don't need them to learn another language, and a lot of our children, I hear this from people, is that a lot of our children are in homes where they're learning another language. That's great and dandy, but they should be learning their own language. So that's really important that everybody works together, because we know that overlap is going to be in secondary between agencies and First Nation, and it's very important that everybody works together. Please remember, chiefs, you're being asked to take the dollars for prevention to build your capacity from the dollars being provided right under preventative services. There's another concern here when it comes to the money under the First Nations rep. I love what Ontario's getting, way to go, good job, but that could be easily applied across Canada. Right now, the floor, I can't remember if it's 70,000 or 75. Yeah, that amount, you can't even hire somebody to do a job properly. That's not even a staff of a position. You are going to be underfunding somebody. We are already hearing this. People are having 2 jobs, one for a First Nation rep and something else, because it's not enough money. To have somebody do that job, you gotta remember they need an office, they need a vehicle, there could be legal fees involved here, travel involved, 75,000, 70,000, that isn't even enough. 100,000 isn't even enough. But yet we have the stuff that Ontario has done with this, and great, let's use it. We have to be equal. We have to actually support each other in this. Let's not make it about us saying, like, you know, this is ours, that's not the way we were. It's not the way we were. We always shared, and we have to go back to that. One of the big things that we're pushing for here is statutory fund and promises. They're saying that Canada is saying, yeah, at the 10-year mark, we'll look at this. Why? You do it for everybody else. You hurry money over to Ukraine, you hurry money over here, but we're told to wait 10 years? We know that they can do it. Let's get them to do it. Let's get this locked in, and let's quit talking about programs. Programs the Canadian government and any government can cut. This is exactly like policing. This is a service that is needed. This has to be permanent. We have to be secure in the funding that you're getting, that it isn't changed by every government that is coming across. It has to be confirmed. And just remember where this funding is coming from. It's coming from our natural resources as First Nations people. It is a fiduciary responsibility of the federal government. We have inherent and treaty rights. They have to remember that, and we have to constantly always remind them of that. That's where it's coming from. It's your money already. Your money that you're bargaining for. So why settle? I also just want to say that I'm not going to use my 14 minutes kind of thing, or I'm actually 4 minutes and 15 seconds and counting down here. It's very important, chiefs, to think very hard about everything, and I know you've been doing it because this has been going on for years and years and years kind of thing. It's 1/3 of my life, so to be honest, but I've been watching this from the outside. And what I've been hearing is the fact is we're fear-mongering and saying the Conservatives. Well, look at who we're fighting right now. Who were we fighting? We were fighting the Liberals. So the thing is, we're always fighting, right? We're always fighting to get what is rightfully ours. It doesn't matter which government is in place, kind of thing. The reality is we're always fighting. And the thing is, we always win when we go forward. We win at the CHRT, we're winning at federal court. Let's continue to be winners for the sake of our children. Miigwech, Taniki, Wursi Chow.
Miigwech, Karen Pelchier. So on that, we will now invite to the podium Neil Purley. You have up to 7 minutes. Miigwech.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, chiefs, proxies, regional chiefs. I'm not sure if I'm going to need to hold some minutes as well. A lot of stuff has been reiterated by my colleagues. From New Brunswick, we've been doing child welfare for 30 years, child protection. We just started doing prevention after the CHRT ruling came out. The money rolled out slowly. We didn't have any programs. We didn't have any capacity. We didn't have any infrastructure. We didn't have any plan for prevention. So when the money started rolling out, we started thinking about what we could provide to our children. We could use this so that we don't have to take them into care. So we started getting money, and a lot of the stuff was based on actuals as we were progressing. And then, you know, that was going on across the country. And I think yesterday I stated that there were huge jumps in the amount of money Canada was spending on First Nation Child and Family Services. And it went from 600,000 to 1.2 billion to 1.4 billion. Those jumps were because of prevention. And then in 2020, they put a cap on prevention. 250,000, 2,500 per individual on the First Nation. And then what was the growth rate? 1.2% in the amount of child and family services funding that is funded. I know we heard that this is about a funding structure, but it's not just the funding. It's the transfer from Canada, not only the funding, but the responsibility and the liabilities of child and family services. They are transferring that to us. And they're not providing adequate funding for that. One of the presenters today said that, you know, this funding is capped at $47.9 billion. But where we currently stand under the CHRT orders is funding at actuals, with the exception of prevention. Capital is funded at actuals. Under this agreement, capital is capped. Not only that, ISC has to approve your plan to implement any funding or any capital projects that you want or that you need for your communities. but under the CHRT 41, it's funded at actuals. A lot of the, and then I heard, yesterday, I think someone said that, if you want to provide funding for your children off reserve, you can enter into jurisdiction. Well, my First Nation is pursuing jurisdiction. This agreement, the way it's structured, is impacting the negotiations of our jurisdiction, because Canada is following the funding allocations under this instead of looking at a needs-based program. Actuals is a needs-based program. We're being told that if we want to do prevention for our children that live off the First Nation, the cap is whatever the cap is for prevention. Another item is the actuals for child protection, since we do our own child protection. Under this agreement, that's going to be capped as your baseline, which you also have to take your operations out of. What happens if you have a special needs child and you have them in care, and your budget is only a certain fixed amount? Well, you have to take that either from prevention or you have to take it from operations. We've had several children within our community that can cost us anywhere between $500 to $1 million. And I looked at our initial budget, thanks to the chief, and we're actually getting a 30% decrease in our funding from what we budgeted last year and this year. So, this agreement is not perfect, but it does impact our children. And if we can't provide services, then it is us that are doing the discrimination to our own children because we can't fund or provide those services to them. So Canada gets out of doing the discrimination and puts it on us. That is not right, and that is a shame. Thank you.
Miigwech for that. So we will now turn to our next speaker, Kelly Provost. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Oki nixokoweks nistoana kok mia nistikana soi. So that means hello, my friends. I am sparks in a fire. So my name is Kelly Provost. So I'm from Biikani Nation. I just want to share, like with Provost. Yeah, when I went to Montreal in July, everyone, that's not how you say Provost. Go back home where they say Provo. Our elders say, no, are you a Provo? You're a Pro. So there's different ways, but we Provost. So then the French say Provo. So anyhow, so yeah, it's a very huge honor. It's a huge honor to speak to all of you, all chiefs and proxies. It's very, your time is very valuable. I know it was very stressful and just seeing a lot of stress with what's happening, and it's a big decision. So I just kind of wanted to start off with, I appreciate, when I shared about that name, that name was given to me by an elder, and I want to kind of go back to, like with Cindy Blackstock, what she always shares. She says, we always need to honor that. So when you think of, when you do this, like think of, all these elders that we have, these elders in our communities, elders that we've lost, and that's kind of, as what I've learned is, sort of Blackfoot, we call them Gasanonics, our grandparents. We need to, and that's something too that I found, have we really considered that, like with this, in utilizing our elders, utilizing our, our grandmothers and our grandfathers to help, okay, is this a good decision? Is it a proper decision to make sure that this is going to help the kids and families we work for? Because, and then also the other thing I remember with Cindy Blackstock, she mentioned that we can do so much more for our children. We can always, and that's always something that I've been inspired to. How can we help? How can our role, like in Blackfoot, our role is to be a helper. We're there to help children. We're there to teach them to become helpers. So when they're older, they can take care of, of their own families in a proper way. And, I just wanted to, I've worked in this role for 23 years. In this time I've been able to, work with these systems, and basically it always goes back to our cultural ways, our cultural, spiritual ways. That's always the strength. And, in time we've been fortunate to now we can do longitudinal research, longitudinal studies to prove that teaching kids culture, language, identity, that's the most successful tool that's going to help them with becoming successful in their future. So, I just wanted to kind of share about, with all this, like an elder, it was Leonard Weasel Traveler, he just said, we have so much, like right now, it's a Western perspective, so we need to kind of change that and go back to our elders. Okay, what's a good perspective that we can utilize to help our children, help our families with this? And, and I always go back to that. So when I share that, in the 23 years, I've seen children, when we utilize that component, when they have that basis, they finish high school, they finish college, and that's, it's a real honor to get to, that we get to work for these kids, and seeing them become successful and seeing them do well. And, another elder, it was Eldon Weaselchild, he said, our role is to teach these kids so they can be elders. So that's kind of what I wanted to, that these, that's our role so these kids can learn that. And, I just also wanted to share about, with our, with protocols, and there's so many things. So that's something I think hasn't been utilized. We've also had, with the youth panel, that's something that hasn't been utilizing, because we have so many young people that have been successful through the system, and it always goes back to culture. When you rely on cultural ways and you rely on, utilizing that component, and that's something that needs to be utilized. So I guess when it comes to, like, we need to take some time. We need to really take our time, because, it was mentioned that, treaties, we rushed through treaties and look what happened. So that's proof right there that, when we rush through treaties, look what happened to our people. So, and I think just taking, and that's one thing I know that our elders are telling us, we need to take our time to properly, learn from them and make sure, okay, what's the best decision to help these children? And, when it comes to that, I just think of that, that's always the basis, because we have so many, there's so many things with these youth now, like we're dealing with now, opioid addictions, and basically what's happening now in our, across everywhere, we're seeing opioid addictions where parents, they drop dead, and then what are we going to do? Are we going to utilize this provincial system, or are we going to utilize now with this new funding? And so there's so much that's going to come, that comes out of this, and that's kind of, just to think that we do need to take time, and just know too, like, it's not, funding wise, again, it was shared, the fiduciary responsibility is, right now it won't affect our funding because they still have to fund, and currently we're slowly making a lot of progress, like, and that's the good thing is, you see a lot of reserves, we're starting to develop our own our own databases, our own, utilizing technology, and that's something that's allowing us, through the system. I've seen over the years, we haven't been able, years back, we couldn't do that for children, and now we can really make changes, and it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of work, and, it's just if we can really work together, just to take, it sounds like, we can't keep waiting and waiting, but it just, we should take our time, because this is something that's, it's going to take years. Like, even when it comes to C92, that's something realistically, that's going to take years. So that too, so in this funding, I think we need to kind of just really think, is this the best decision? Is this going to help? And what's going to happen in 10 years? I'll be in my 50s in 10 years. So, and a lot of people will be, retired. But I just think, with these kids in the long run, what's the best way to help them? Because again, we want those kids, like, we want to see them up here. we want, and there's still such a low rate of these kids, they're not, hard for them to complete high school and even for them to complete university. So I just think of that, like that's the next thing is how can we get all those kids, because they deserve that. And when you think of that decision, how can we do that so these kids can finish high school, they can become successful, they can become taxpayers, they can, do all that. So, I just think there's so much more that we can do, and it just, that's, my time is running out. They said 7 minutes, so I think that's all I have to share, but thank you for your time. I appreciate you all.
Miigwech, thank you so much. Our next speaker, Richard Dray. Over to you, Richard.
Merci, Wina. Willie Giskig, I'm said one Ninoe, Talawizin, Richard Gray, Listigujilnu, I'm said Nogama. So all my relations, my brothers and sisters, leadership, elders, I want to acknowledge the panel that was here before us. I want to thank you for sharing your stories with us. My thoughts and my heart go out to you all. And I hope, really hope, and I ask the Creator that life be made easier for you and your family and your loved ones. And everybody here in Assembly. So thank you, leadership, for giving us this opportunity to speak with you, to do some sharing. I'm a manager of social services from a First Nations organization that was created by the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador chiefs. So we're a health and social services commission. Prior to me being employed with this organization, I was a director of social services in my community. I was also an elected band council member, so I do have some political experience at the same time. I'm going to talk to you about a couple of matters. One mainly relates to governance and this final settlement agreement. I don't think it's a surprise to you. You heard from our interim regional chief, Lance Heyman. He shared with you that we had sent a letter to the national chief and the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada that the Quebec collective position was that we weren't supportive of the final settlement agreement for a couple of reasons, and I think our chief did a great job explaining why. I think I'd just like to reinforce a couple of his messages that he shared with you. The final settlement agreement, don't you find it ironic today that chiefs were being asked to vote on this final settlement agreement, and you will decide the fate of it? But let's say, for instance, you decide that the final settlement agreement moves forward. Show me where it's written in this final settlement agreement. There's accountability coming back to you as leadership. Show me, someone show me. Lawyers are in the room. You won't be able to show it to me because it's not written in the final settlement agreement. And for me, I'm sorry, but I think that's shameful. I heard leadership say that they're the ones on the front line taking care of their communities. And I acknowledge your work. I think it's important, and I want to salute you on that. But I think that moving forward, chiefs have to have a voice moving forward in the final settlement agreement, and it's not there in this version. The signing parties are there for the next 10 years. They are the ones who are the guardians of this agreement, not you. Think about that. You heard a recent amendment say that yes, they're going to allow voice and room for leadership on this Reform Implementation Committee. 15 reps. Your voice is regulated to providing recommendations. Look at sections 398, 399, and 400. You'll see what I mean. There's Appendix 10 and Appendix 2. Those two appendices, it's Canada and the signing parties that will decide on any changes that happen to them. And any changes to this final settlement agreement is by the signing parties only, not you. You have no voice in that. If I were chief, I wouldn't accept that. Another reason why Quebec is not supportive of the final settlement agreement is because It's not taking into consideration our regional governance processes. We have plans to take over responsibilities, federal responsibilities. We also have plans to put in place data and information regional governments entities in our region. Those are our projects, collective self-governing, self-determining projects by our chiefs, by our leadership. This FSA does not take into consideration our regional collective needs in that regard. It's not written anywhere in the FSA. And when AFN leadership, Canada, came to present at our engagement sessions, we shared that. Nothing came back to us in the reviewed, the amendments that have been proposed. Finally, I want to talk to you a little bit about C-92. Where is C-92 in this final settlement agreement? Can someone show me where C-92 is in this agreement? Why is C-92 not being mentioned here at all? It talks about Section 35, it talks about UNDRIP, but where's C-92? It's not in the principles. Why? You know, Section 12 and Section 13 of C-92 say that communities, Indigenous governing bodies can play a role, they have a role in terms of providing representation to their members on and off reserve. But Canada, through this program, wants to restrict funding only to on reserve. So that means that if someone knocks on your door, says, hey, I need help in your communities, and they're off community through no fault of their own because there's lack of housing, for instance, the province is ready to take them into care, their children. No one's there to help them from your community, but they come knocking on your community. Well, Section 12 and 13 allow you as an indigenous governing body to go help them. But Canada wants to restrict their funding to total on-reserve population. But yet C-92 says that communities, Indigenous governing bodies can give help to their members off communities. Isn't that ironic why C-92 is not mentioned in this FSA? Anyways, chiefs, that's a shortcoming as well regarding the final settlement agreement and C-92. C-92 promotes prevention. We've been told this final settlement agreement promotes prevention. So why is it not mentioned there? I think it has to do with the fact that Canada wants to restrict us and keep funding to on reserve. But C-92 says that we should be providing services to all our members, irregardless of where they are. And you don't need a law to do that. Those are principles that apply today. So on that note, my brothers and sisters, I conclude. I wish you a great day and peace and love.
Miigwech Richard Ray. And now, our last panelist, I will invite Finn Andy. Over to you.
Okay, that's okay. Thanks, Rena. Okay, I just went through a name change, so my last name is actually Simard. So my full name is Finn Simard, so thank you, everybody. I have a PowerPoint that I think Graham is going to pull up for me. Okay, great. So next slide, please, Graham. Okay, so I'm just here to provide a quick technical overview. Michael Miller has graciously allowed the Chiefs of Ontario technical staff to step in as the official Ontario technical representative because that is what is true to our First Nation governance process in Ontario, and that is why we have, instead of an AFCO representing First Nations in Ontario, we have the Chiefs of Ontario representing First Nations in Ontario. So thank you very much, Michael Miller, for your support. So what is the social sector at Chiefs of Ontario? We are a strategic and technical information unit. We help make technical information available to the Chiefs Committee on Social at Chiefs of Ontario, the Social Sector Coordination Unit, and Leadership Council at Chiefs of Ontario. So this gives you a bit of an idea of what our process looks like at COO. The COO social sector work is also guided by the Leadership Council portfolio holder for social services, Grand Chief Joel Abram. The Chiefs Committee on Social is comprised of one representative plus an alternate from all of the regions, the PTOs, the AFN, the Independent First Nations, and the Six Nations of the Grand River, which is the largest First Nation in Canada. This SSU takes a similar structure, but instead it includes the directors of social from all of those regions. The goal overall for Chiefs of Ontario is to ensure all children, youth, families, and communities thrive in happy and wholesome environments. As well, the Chiefs of Ontario also supports all First Nations in Ontario as they assert their own sovereignty, their own jurisdiction, and their own expression of nationhood. So next slide, slide 4, please. So what is the goals of Chiefs of Ontario in this FSA? Some of our technical goals for Chiefs of Ontario have been primarily self-determination. So how First Nations choose to assert themselves, assert their jurisdiction, assert their self-determination. Our goal has been to implement and enable that in the FNCFS program specifically. So we support our rights holders, the rights holders of First Nations communities. It is really up to the First Nations self-determining governments to determine the impacts of any and all agreements to their communities. The next slide, please. So our next goal is jurisdiction. First Nations should also have full jurisdiction over the First Nation Child and Family Services program. This means that they should have autonomy to run the program as they see fit. It should respond to their unique needs and priorities as well. Jurisdiction also means that a First Nation may want to enter the realm of service delivery, and they should be enabled to do so under this program. It is our technical advice that this agreement does achieve this goal of reaching First Nation jurisdiction into the program. Please be advised, though, that jurisdiction relating to other matters outside of the FNCFS program is not applicable in this current context for the FNCFS program. Okay, next slide, please. So our third goal is to prevent and reduce the number of First Nations children in care. Since 1979, COO has been advocating and advancing First Nation social services. Each resolution from COO has called to prevent and reduce the number of First Nations children in care through innovative service delivery models, such as community-based prevention services, band rep services, and customary care. Also, our political and technical work has also asked that agencies in the provinces provide the number of First Nations children in both provincial and First Nation care. So how many children are in care has been our goal for probably the last 8 or 10 years. And regrettably, both have not provided Chiefs of Ontario or First Nations with an answer. So we're still waiting. The third goal, next slide please, our fourth goal, is to resource the communities directly. So like Stuart said earlier, the final agreement enables First Nation communities to receive 1/3 of this funding directly to their nations and directly into their ISK regional office agreements. So your direct agreement that you have with ISK, it should be easy enough for them to send in your prevention funding here. The First Nations, through this agreement, are enabled to seek full prevention funding, First Nation rep services, remoteness funding, 50-50 emergency split, and information and technology, as well as household supports funding, which is a rebrand of what IFSD called poverty funding. As well, there is CPI will be the inflation that's used, so it's based on the actual inflation of Canada, not at a capped rate of 2%. There is also some things that we've heard that there is money floating around that is in external organizations that's not being used for prevention funding, and we see that as sort of a weakness in service delivery and a weakness in being able to implement and enable First Nation jurisdiction, and as well as being able to reach those children and families that should be serviced with that funding that's in external accounts by these external organizations. Liability, the First Nations are able to use their general insurance for liability. That is something that you are able to do through prevention services. If your First Nation decides to take on protection services mandated by the provinces, then that's up to you, and you'll have to rework your insurance and as well as your coordination agreements. And the RIC restructuring, the Chiefs of Ontario, we provided a few of our seats to the two We actually had 4 seats, as you all know, and we really tried to make it as much of a First Nation thing as possible, so we tried to do that. I just have a few more slides here. I'm very sorry to take up a bit of extra time. This means that First Nations will receive direct allocations and will be able to determine how their service delivery approaches will roll out. So you're enabled to do that. Next slide, please. So just to paint you sort of a profile of Ontario, First Nations will all be on equal footing for service delivery. In Ontario, First Nations delivering social assistance, there's only, out of 133, there's only 88 communities. In this program, you will all be enabled at the same level to deliver this program, so you're not going to be on a tiered level of service, you'll all be on the same level, whereas in other services it's tiered, application-based, and hard to get through, so everybody will have that. As well, yes, so that is a really big improvement, I think, for everybody to be on the same footing and having the same starting place, because that is essentially what equity is having the same starting place and being elevated to a certain level. So that does sort of talk about equity there. Next funding, please. Sorry. Okay, let's see. I think I'll just go to our next slide here for does the FAA reach these goals? Next slide. Yes, so the Chiefs of Ontario and our advisory committees empower Chiefs of Ontario to recommend this FSA. Canada has not made coup support this FSA like some folks have suggested. Canada, our Chiefs of Ontario supports and recommends this final settlement agreement because we truly do see the material impacts that it will have to First Nations. These material impacts, and these are significantly different from the theoretical and academic assumptions that are out there that are being propelled by our proponents. And it's COU's technical recommendation that the agreement reaches our goals of preventing and reducing the number of First Nations children in care, enabling First Nation self-determination and jurisdiction over the FNCFS program, and resourcing communities directly. And then I had a few more slides, but I'll just send it to AFN and they can put it on their website so you can look at it later. Okay, thank you.
Chimigwich, Finn. So, and thank you, Chimigwich, to all panelists that came here on the stage and provided their perspectives. It's very appreciated. And we have gifts for you from the AFN, so we will give them to you. But Finn, since you went longer than expected, we don't have a gift. No. I'm kidding, I'm really kidding, because I know him. But of course, we will have something. So thank you very much. On that, I will turn the floor over to my dear colleague, Adam. Thank you.
Miigwech, Wina, and thank you to all of the presenters, the panelists dealing with navigating the diverse regional perspectives. So we are still a little bit behind. Originally, we were going to deal with resolutions at 1 o'clock. It's after 2 o'clock, and the changes that we made this morning added some agenda items, which we were glad to entertain. And so we have one more agenda item that we were supposed to have completed by 12 o'clock. So what we did was we asked everybody if we could sort of condense time a little bit, and we've done that with everyone. So the next agenda item, I'm going to invite Dr. Cindy Blackstock to come up. Initially on the agenda, we had her for 20 minutes and then 30 minutes of Q&A. But we know that chiefs have asked, are we getting to the resolutions? So everybody was asked to be mindful if we can condense it, but definitely do not go over time. So with that, we're just finishing up on stage here. I am going to invite Dr. Blackstock. We'll have a little timer running here for our own internal purposes, and I'll give it to her to make the presentation, and we'll see how it goes with the Q&A. So with that, Dr. Cindy Blackstock.
Thank you. Thank you to the AFN, to the co-chairs, to the chiefs, to the elders, to the young people. and to our veterans. You know, I've got a bit of a PowerPoint, but I'm just going to begin with a couple of messages. I agree with the message of unity. We need to have unity for every First Nations child across this country to finally be free of the chains of discrimination by the Government of Canada, now and forever. Forever. But that unity also requires us to meet the two things for the tribunal. One is the services have to be culturally appropriate. Second, those services have to respect the distinct circumstances of the child. Therefore, difference is good. Difference is good. And we can do it. We can create something that ensures Canada is accountable, but also provides for that difference at a community level and beyond. I share my regards to the panel of plaintiffs from the class action. They have lived the experience of the hardship of Canada's discrimination, and you have many more children and young people and families like that back home. I heard them say that they're worried that their compensation might be linked to this. I can provide them one little bit of peace. There is no link between the vote that you will take today and the compensation. There is no link. I also want to pay my respects to Phil Fontaine, who will follow me. And for that reason, I'm going to make sure I'm on time, not only for the co-chairs so that they don't have to have an extra link on me. Phil Fontaine was National Chief when we filed this. I want to pay my respects to the other National Chiefs that are in this room. Matthew Kuncum is here. Ovid Mercredi is here. And I want to say to every First Nations child and young people, and young person who is here, and those who are in care, that this is love for you in this room. This is love for you in this room. And there are many more people who care about you on the outside. My colleagues respectively called this just a program, but this isn't a program. This is about children's legal rights. Their right to be free of Canada's discrimination. Their right to be a First Nations child who speaks their language. Their right to be a First Nations child who grows up in their community and knows their culture. This is a case about legal rights that we have won for them and had them affirmed, and that's what this is about. This is not about a program. My colleagues went through many of the issues I'm going to do, so thankfully I can be shorter. And with that, I'll ask you to bring up the PowerPoint and we'll dive right into it. As much as possible, because this is a very important decision for chiefs, I want to provide backup for what I'm saying. I don't want you to have to just rely on me. Next slide, please. I want to disclose to you that we are a party at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. I want to recommend that you do what you've always done. I've been so impressed over the summer to see, without any funding, First Nations have gone through this agreement with their legal and with their experts, and they've done their best to understand it. But frankly, I think Canada should pay you back for that. Because where is Canada? They're the ones that did this discrimination, and they were nowhere around here. They had a duty to consult. They ought to have fulfilled that. We're independent and apolitical organization, but we will be making representations at the tribunal should it go forward. Next slide. This is a clause 379 that suggests that the signing parties are going to promote the agreement in order to procure the endorsement of this by First Nations leadership. The reason that we've heard some statements that, no, this isn't operable, but I don't understand that, because after you make this decision today, there's no decision role for you if you approve this agreement. It all goes to a Reform Implementation Committee. If this is approved by the tribunal's gone. So this agreement only takes force after the tribunal approves it, so I'm not sure why this paragraph would even be in there. Next slide. Here's some stuff that was just coming for you. This was an incomplete agreement, it still is, but here's some pieces that you may not have seen. Appendix 10, the terms and conditions that we just talked, my colleagues talked about. Sections on capital. There's a tripartite agreement for Ontario. There's also the FSA party amendments that they propose. Those are new things. If you don't have them to inform your decision making, you ought to get them. Next slide. But there's still missing pieces. The alternative dispute resolution mechanism says there's enabling legislation. Canada says, oh, we're not providing a copy now. That will come after the chiefs approve it. Well, why don't they have that now? That's a critical decision for chiefs. The provincial territorial agreements, when Canada's providing money to these provinces to serve your kids, why aren't those attached to this so that you can see them? You can be a part of them. They are accountable to you. Next slide. 3 paths. We've talked about, well, Canada won't agree to that. Well, Canada hasn't agreed to a lot of stuff in this case, let me tell you. We've had over 30 legal orders in this case. We got capital. Canada said, no, we're never doing that. We went to the tribunal and we got an order and we got capital. They said, oh, First Nations children for Jordan's Principle, it's on reserve and Indian Act. Through your direction, we were asked to go and press that further. We got an order from the tribunal and said recognition by your nation on and off reserve for Jordan's Principle. So if Canada doesn't agree to something, that's one thing. We try to get them to agree and implement those agreements. But if not, there's 2 other tools in the tool chest. This is a legal proceeding. Canada can be held accountable before the tribunal. A motion could go to the tribunal. Second is a combination of those pieces. So we've got 3 tools in the toolkit. The FSA reflects only one of those tools. Next slide. These are the 2 steps. You know them. Approval by yourselves. If it's approved, within 30 days, the parties will bring a motion to get rid of all the tribunal's orders and the tribunal's jurisdiction and replace it with a final settlement agreement. You can participate in that process by bringing interested party status and applying for that at the tribunal if that's what you choose to do. Next slide. What do you need to know? Well, this agreement is actually already rolling out. It's 10 years, but this is year 1, so we're talking 9 years. There's nothing binding on Canada to stop the discrimination after that. The amendments say Canada will consider statutory funding in year 9. I say now's the time for the statutory funding. If you're serious and you want to deliver for the chiefs, you bring it now. You bring it now. It hasn't discharged its duty to consult. There's no opt-out provisions. And I've just talked about the process of 30 days. Next slide. We have reviewed the agreement. We want to acknowledge that there's some strengths in the agreement. Substantive equality, putting the money in a bucket so it can't be reallocated, those are all good things. But we also feel there's structural weaknesses. My colleagues talked about that. We've been at this human rights case for 18 years. Are we going to agree to a deal this 9 years and keep your fingers crossed after that? It's true, Canada will probably fund after that. But what level of funding and under what terms of funding? Well, that's all in their hands. This is an Indian Act-centric agreement. And we can push it so that we can at least try for our kids off reserve by extending that Jordan's Principle definition in CFS through the tribunal. The governance would mean that you as chiefs would be replaced by a committee. That committee would operate in a confidential way. They would make decisions, and you would be impacted by them, but you wouldn't have any input in that. And I have to say, like one of the Caring Society's amendment is to restore your decision-making as chiefs throughout the agreement. I never anticipated that that would even be an amendment. It was always kind of like, this is the way it's going to go down. Because these kids are your kids. And why I think it's the best for kids is because when the decision maker is in that nation and they have their own experts in the nation and they can consult with their families, better decisions are made for kids. That's why I want to see that piece there. Next slide. The governance, here it is. So for those of you who are looking at the governance, there's a Reform Implementation Committee that operates in a confidential way. It oversees 6 other committees, and many of those are bound by confidentiality agreements. The total amount spent on admin in this agreement is about $137.7 million. And you can find that in Appendix 1. Canada is also taking some of the money, we just don't know how much, for its own legal fees. Next slide. Why do I think not having, one of the amendments is regional reps on that committee? Well, you can, as regions, propose representatives to that committee, but it's up to the parties to choose. And even the person you have on there, they're still bound by confidentiality. So I'm not sure how that person, as skilled and brilliant as they are, would be able to represent. So that's important to understand. And the control of this committee is set out in another appendix, Appendix 8, and I'll take you there now. Next slide. This is the section that says, makes clear that the only group that can make recommendations to Canada about the reformed policy is this committee, not you. So that's in the text of the agreement if you just want to go confirm it. The other thing is that the RIC actually has a secretariat composed of Indigenous Services employees. That's the secretariat. And everything in there is confidential, and that's spelled out in Appendix A. Next slide. What do we want to see at the Caring Society? We'd like you to keep your decision-making over the reformed approach. Over the 18 years of this case, we've always come back to you for the major calls. And then we got to work and we delivered on those pieces, and that's why this case has been so successful so far. I'd hear about the Supreme Court decisions that just languish. We have Delgamoot in my nation, right? But the difference with this legal case is the tribunal can order specific remedies. And that's why we have gotten about $45 billion out of this, we'll have about $45 billion protected through the tribunal's orders. And that's the difference. That's why this process is so important. We want there to be a Chiefs Committee that oversees the negotiations and oversees the implementation of it as an advisory committee that brings the key decisions to leadership. They're supported by technicians. All of this is public. And the money saved on the other committees goes to children and families. That's our proposal on governance. Next slide. Here's that, I just want to flag, here's that order, that collective win for all of us. I mean, what other case have we ever had where we had Canada obligated to fund based on First Nations recognition of their children? We won that all together, all of us, and I just want to recognize the spirit of Jordan River Anderson, because the spirits of little boys like him and little girls and little children, they have inspired that greatness. We got to build on that, what they gave us here, and make sure that this is across the board. Next slide. Now, what's the backstop? Is it all or nothing? Canada probably would like you to think that, but it's not. It's not all or nothing. We talked about the current orders. They would remain in place. Are they adequate? No. But what we could do is take more time to have an open, inclusive process that allows for a better agreement to respond to the needs of all First Nations across this country. And we would hold on to the jurisdiction of the tribunal to go back with more orders to enforce their compliance. That's an important thing. Next slide. Here are the orders. I just want you to fact check me. These are the orders that are currently in play. Next slide. So what do I have to kind of back up what I'm saying? Well, the agreement in principle, and by the way, you don't have copies of the agreement in principle. They're covered by settlement privilege. But I'm here to say, as a Caring Society, we waive our settlement privilege on that document. And I think you should all see that document. For the record, it's waived. And I hope the other parties will follow our example. The capital order, so we got $19.8 billion over 5 years in that agreement in principle. Much of it is protected by the tribunal's orders. The capital order was rolled out in November of 2021. If you adjust that by inflation, you come to 22.5. You double it, you got 45. What's not covered, and our colleagues are right, housing is not covered by that particular agreement. But if you look closely on Appendix 1, it's only rolling out for another 3 years and then it's gone. Right? Next slide. Here's the Department of Indigenous Services. I just want to respect their copyright. This is their slide. It shows how that money is protected by the tribunal orders. You see the AIP, you look under the left-hand side, that says Tribunal Order 2022 CHRT 8. So not all the money, but most of it is protected by this. Next slide. So here is, I went to Appendix 1 and I looked at what is the current funding that is in the, considered in the FSA. If we add up all these pieces, we come up to about $4.49 billion per year, and if you times that by 10, you're at $45 billion. The difference is, under the current orders, we have the safeguard of actuals on things like capital. Next slide. So for those of you who are thinking that you'll get the money, there's a paragraph 393 that says every year the money is discretionary on Canada's parliamentary appropriations and any other approval process Canada feels is required, and that is undefined. In the terms and conditions, they're going to be doing annual risk assessments on First Nations and agencies, on your governance, your capacity, and on your finances. If you do not pass that risk assessment, they will put you on a more restrictive agreement. Next slide. That's all set out in Appendix 10. Variations for regions, well, you can ask for it, but Canada doesn't need to provide you any money to do it. That's in Section 45. Next slide. Here are the terms and conditions about that review that you're going to go through. You see that? Governance, accountability, finances. That's what they're going to be looking at. Next slide. So on capital, this is a fixed amount in this agreement. And if you look at Appendix 1, it starts to be a bump. I think it's $472 million next year, but it goes down to about $188 in just a few years. We asked how that money was calculated. We don't know how they came up with that fixed amount. Because what we're hearing from many of you is you've got a lot of capital projects that still need to get off the ground. And this money will be fixed. They'll roll over the existing approved processes, and then the department makes the choices about really what projects get approved. Why would you take that versus keeping your actuals orders to meet the backlog of need that you so desperately need in your communities? Next slide. People have said there's no loss for agencies. Well, there is. This is an independent expert analysis. The shortfall for agencies will be nearly $10 billion. Our thing is we want First Nations to have prevention money and capacity, but we also want agencies in their communities to be adequately funded. So this is the data. I can provide the site to the full report so you have it. Next slide. Here's that Section 383 that I just talked about that makes every year subject to this. Now, we talk about durability. If a government adverse came in here, I would just say add a specific approval process is impossible to meet, and that would be not a breach of the agreement. That's allowed under the agreement. Next slide. So paragraph 384 says if they do this, if they go down in the money, then we can go back maybe to the federal court and get the tribunal to reopen the complaint. But I don't know what they'll be basing it on because all of their orders are going to be vacated and their jurisdiction is going to be gone. The ADR does not have jurisdiction to deal with increasing funding or systemic complaints. So I'm really concerned about how you enforce this on Canada. Next slide. So it lets Canada off the hook for a bunch of stuff because it's actually within the terms of the agreement. Canada doesn't need to provide a lot of funding in a lot of areas. We heard that this is the floor and Canada might provide more, but that's a might. There's nothing in the agreement requiring them to do more. And we won't have the tribunal's orders to make them give more. And after year 10, there's nothing to enforce because this agreement is done. Next slide. So we'll go past this one. I've got 31 minutes, so I'm going to skip right to the end. What I will say to you, Chiefs, is that I really feel that when I look at kids, I know that they're sacred. They ask, every time I look at them, I somehow become braver. I sometimes somehow become more smarter than I thought I was. And they definitely make me love like I've never loved before. They are the most sacred in all of our communities. This decision you have to take is an important one, and I respect whatever decision each of you individually makes for your nations. But I honestly stand here and tell you, and it's not easy to say, but I can't recommend this agreement because I don't think it reaches that obligation of the loving justice, as Elmer Kershane used to tell us, that our children deserve. I want to see a day when we get the discrimination stopped and it doesn't happen again, and we can get there. Not in a long time. We got all the tools to be able to get there. What we need is you to be the governance body, oversee these negotiations, and we'll get it done for the kids just like we did in compensation. October 22nd is Jordan River Anderson's birthday. It's a spirit of the children like him. I hope they carry us through a good day today. I pay my respects to the parties, the children, the chiefs, the elders, the veterans, and most importantly, to all the young people and the children, now and forever. We love you, and we will not give up on you. We're going to ask more of ourselves.
Miigwech, thank you very much. Dr. Cindy Blackstock, the Assembly of First Nations has a gift. So with that, Chiefs, you had allocated 20 minutes presentation and then a little bit of a Q&A. Well, 30 minutes of Q&A. We are respectful of that. And Dr. Blackstock, if you can stand by, we are respectful of the fact that you did ask for a Q&A period. Now, I know that previously there was a chief at the microphone. There you go. Yes, thank you. And if we can go to microphone number 1, just a reminder, everyone has up to 4 minutes. You don't have to take the time allocation. Go ahead.
Good afternoon there, Chiefs. Chief Kelsey Jack from Cold Lake First Nation. You know, a number of our nations have had radio silence on both ISK and AFN. Well, I just met with Lisa Legault. She kind of lied to me. So how am I supposed to be polite, you know, when we ask for questions? You know, and she told me to reach out to her. Well, we reached out to her already, but since the draft was first released, we have not been able to get any answers to our questions before today. Our councils and communities have not had the opportunity to consider the answers or the amendments. What is your understanding of the requirements for free, prior, and informed consent in regards to ratifying this agreement under the CHRT? And do you think this process meets the bar? I have more questions, but I'll just leave it at that.
With respect, I think it's better to ask the questions and then we'll turn it over to Dr. Blackstock.
Yeah, just room for amendments. You know, my technicians, they gave room for amendments, and then I just heard on the thing, but is it RIOC approves amendments? No, we have to deal with Alberta. So we're just wondering about rooms for amendments, you know, so we can go over this adequately. You know, we asked for more time, maybe pushed for the December assembly, but I heard that's been tossed aside. So, you know, how do we get this free, prior, informed consent? You know, when we just got our answers here today, you know, we have to inform our people. We're here, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our people and our kids. So, you know, I just want to know if there's room for amendments. So that's my question.
Just to clarify the question, room for amendments on the resolutions?
Room for amendments on the agreement.
On the agreement, okay, yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Chief. We are not a party to the agreement. We would hope there would be a room for not only minor amendments, but substantial amendments that are recommended by the chiefs. We have put forward our amendments. We were advised by the parties that they would not entertain substantive amendments at that time. So that's all I understand. I think that question is better answered by the parties. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Gray, Nindalos at Diansac, Delawit, Sabaganagitic. I'm from Nova Scotia, Indian Brook, Nova Scotia, and I'm here as chief proxy for Chief Michelle. And she asked me to read this. Both models have pros and cons. There's no perfect agreement. When Dr. Blackstock mentioned setting our communities up for success, this led me to the mic on behalf of Chief Michelle. Yesterday, I explained that my community is 3 kilometers from the residential school where children in Mi'kma'ki attended. I will argue my community has been impacted the most with regards to intergenerational trauma. The prevention dollars and funding has changed the narrative to my community. And in the 80s, a delegated agency began to provide services that covered all 13 Mi'kmaq communities. The concept of what the agency would do was wonderful. However, as the agency began to grow, it outgrew the building that they were renting from my community of Sabaganagitic. As a result, ISK provided the agency with dollars to build another structure. Sabaganagitic was chosen for the new building because it was central, and Sabaganagitic also had a higher than normal call volume. The building was built on the land, and it is here I must point out that no referendum was done with the community to release the property to the agency. Our previous chief and council was removed from the board, an agency that which initiated a strain on relationships. The breakdown in our relationship had a domino effect, and the effect of the repercussions that negatively impacted our community and continues to impact to this day. Our leadership has asked the agency to vacate the building, and the agency complied with our band's request. Our new chief and council inherited the strained relationship. The relationship continued to break down after we decided to take our prevention dollars. And we also have our post-majority care dollars. Because we've decided to take our funding, the agency paused services to our community, and this has put our children at risk. I think all parties would agree that there's no path of healing, especially when the agency is suing our band for the building that they do not own and have no right to occupy on the land in our community. If a court does side with the agency, this will impact our community. The agency wants $2 million, and this will come from our community's revenue. This is why Sabaganagitic feels it is in the best interest to have the dollars flow to the bands, because we have been impacted and paused services where we are genuinely worried about our children's well-being. We're doing wonderful things with the prevention and post-majority care dollars. And this type of care will continue down that road because the leaders are best suited to know what our community, our parents, and children need. Our families and community members of Sabaganagitic look forward to the day of a better relationship with this agency. On behalf of the community, families, Chief and Council of Sabaganagitic, Walalan.
Thank you. So I'm not sure that there is a question, more of a general statement. Okay, thank you. What we'll do is we'll follow the same format. We'll go 1, 2, and then online. So I'm looking online. I have So we do have a number of hands that are raised, and I understand Dr. Blackstock will be making a comment, but what I'd like to do is I was already acknowledging online. I'm going, normally it's 1-2 online, 1-2 online. So Chief R. Don Miracle, please identify yourself, even though we know who you are. Go ahead, please, up to 4 minutes.
Chief Don Miracle, Mohawks, the Bay of Quinte. I understand that the parties probably have initialed the agreement to bring it back to the chiefs to see if the chiefs would ratify it in assembly. There seems to be a lot of discussion about the ability to negotiate additional items in this agreement. I'm told that there is no room to negotiate, and I don't. Canada would likely have to get an expanded mandate to negotiate other items, and I have no idea how long that takes or who approves that. But I'm told by our legal counsel that there's no more room for negotiation. So has the federal government said to the negotiators, they're done negotiating, this is it, take it or leave it? That's my question.
Thank you, Chief R. Don Miracle. So it's a question you've thrown out. Dr. Blackstock is the one taking questions right now.
And also, Chiefs, I know this is your forum and you got a big decision to make, so feel free to cut off my question period because I know that a lot of you just wanted to get down to your business. I would say about that is that I can't imagine that I can imagine that Canada would negotiate an agreement that would affect 633 First Nations children without talking about them and then say take it or leave it. That is blackmail, frankly, in my view. And our kids are more sacred than that, and there should be amendments. They should have anticipated that as the process. And if not, we take them back to the tribunal and we deal with it that way. That's my humble view.
Thank you. We will go to microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Chief Roy Whitney to invite us to Treaty 6 territory. My name is Wilfred Hokanusa. I'm a chief for Denada First Nation, and I'm also the Grand Chief for the North Peace Tribal Council. In my community, we have about 332 members and approximately about 1,700 people on reserve and then 1,500 people off reserve. And this agreement, the intention of this agreement is to stop discrimination. But today, we still are finding ways to reach out to our members off reserve to deliver services. And I don't see anything that in that agreement that stops this discrimination. As First Nations people, we seem to have gotten away from who we really are. Why did this thing, all these problems that we are facing today, it's because right from the beginning of time, we have been colonized, and this Children's Services Agreement or legislation is developed by the European middle-class standards. We can't even live up to that standard. And it's not only children's services where we get discriminated on. It's other areas as well. The major one today is health. Everyone on the reserve feels the impact of the social deficiencies that exist in the community. It does not matter if you are a sober person, you have a job, have family, or being a single person. everyone is impacted one way or another by addictions. Where do you think the addictions is coming from? It has been said at the beginning of contact, our people were exposed to addictions in the history through Hudson's Bay Company trading for fur and alcohol. We still have a lot of more work to do in the communities. It just makes me wonder how we are going to get it done. Because over all the number of years, our people have been impacted. And there's a lot of mental health that needs to be improved. It will take a long time and a lot of effort to heal our communities. Some youth grew up in a children's services system.
Thank you.
Today
Chief,
have
if you could
lost
start to
their
wrap
culture.
up, please.
Yeah. Today have lost their culture, language, and traditional knowledge. Some of the youth experience violence while in care of the very system that is supposed to protect them from harm.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Miigwech, thank you for your comments. So I didn't hear a direct question, but I'm looking to Dr. Blackstock. Is there a response? Thank you.
Chief, I want to thank you for your important points that you're raising. Two opportunities. Jordan's principle, we're actually waiting for a non-compliance order decision from the tribunal on Jordan's principle. That's going to be important for leadership to look at with their experts and technicians. And as well, I think there's a real opportunity to open up the process on any final settlement agreement on Jordan's principle so that we benefit from the expertise and the direction of chiefs across the country as we get that one. So that we set that right, it includes the best ideas, everyone's informed in that process. Another resolution that the chiefs passed in 2017 is for something called the Spirit Bear Plan. And that's to end the discrimination in education, in health, in addictions, in mental wellness, in all these areas that touch on our kids' lives. You know, this human rights case, it was historic and it was the first, but it's only important if it were first if we can bring a second. And I think the time of waiting around and hoping that Canada will do the right thing on education and these other things is over. And if necessary, litigation ought to be brought against them. And we can use, as the great Naomi Metallic has said, this is an example. Because this ending discrimination drop by drop doesn't work for our kids. They only get one childhood. This discrimination needs to end in a leap, not in a shuffle.
Thank you. And I will now close the speakers list with the final two speakers. I have one online. I also have at microphone number 1, just to stay within the time allocations that you've asked us to follow. So I'm going to go online. Chief Byron Louie, go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Chief Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. You know, I have a question, you know, because, you know, what really concerns me is, you know, the amount of people that we've in all our communities have lost. A lot of that's from, you know, residential schools. It's been also by apprehension, day schoolers and all the rest. And I really need to know, do we actually, and I asked the question earlier on, we have issues of multi-generational effects, and you're well aware of all the signs and symptoms from there. But, you know, me as a chief, you know, I want to be able to say or go back into our community that, yes, I have the ability, we have the ability as a community to move forward and start this process of healing our people of these multi-generational effects. and what's being proposed, with all the other different sources of funds. We have some that's coming out of the Four Pillars Society that allows for dealing with multi-generational effects. We have some of the other potentially out of list. But I need to be able to ask, or going back into my community and say, yeah, we finally got the solution. Because you mentioned 18 years to actually get to this point. Now, my question is, I don't think it's going to take another 18 years, but even, 2 years is a long time when you start looking at some of our citizens in our community that went through these processes that are now self-medicating and with disastrous outcomes. And when do we get to the point to where we can actually start to address those? Not tomorrow, not next month, not 4 years in time, but immediately, because I simply don't see it. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Dr. Blackstock.
Thank you, Chief, for your question. And yeah, this is all a result of intergenerational trauma and people turning to addictions. And let's face it, those horrible drug dealers are manufacturing drugs that are more potent for our people and are leaving our children as opioid orphans. And so the needs of the communities are getting stronger, and we're losing kids, we're losing parents to that crisis, and the time for action is right now. This final settlement agreement will run another 9 years, and then there's nothing. In our proposed amendments, Willie Littlechild, I just want to recognize him and the other elders in the room, but he mentioned that we had proposed the idea of intergenerational equity as being one of the core principles of our amendments, because we need to deal with that intergenerational trauma. And that's why we feel strongly that this deal cannot end in 9 years, that we have got to be able to ensure that Canada's discrimination stops. And as I said, it's not up to me to authorize new litigation against Canada, but I'll tell you, I'll be there to help.
So I do recognize that another chief has approached the microphone, but I had already closed the speakers list. That is to follow the time allocation that you have given us to follow. So with that, I'll go to the final speaker at microphone number 1.
Bonjour. My name is Archie Wabes. I'm from Wanneman Lake First Nation. Umaginingi pisa kazmaujit nanuk. Ekchinendaban hogan multigatik awasagan umagnot. Okagoi chaganok. Okagoi chaganoksa. Nogum gamas sewaj. Nogum sonandoidan nawa wichiwen. I'm here. I came here from my community. It took me 2 days to get here. I believe in helping my children in the community. They need help now, right now. And we have this opportunity to, accept what we have on the table right now. And that's a starter. That's a starter, eh? Right now, my nearby community is undergoing a crisis. They just lost 2 young people in suicide. Chief Mike Sugarhead is not here. He's there in the community supporting role. How many children have to die until we do something? If we prolong this process another 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, how many kids will die? We at least will have this opportunity to develop and design our programs in our community. Prevention. Deal with the post-majority children. Design a program where we can prevent families going into poverty condition or uplift them from their condition with this funding. I need funding resources to help my families. So if you were a chief, Cindy, what would you do? And there's a demand in the community needing help right now. I hear children calling for help right now in our country. I want to help them. Come on, you guys, let's do something right. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I think, you know, your passion and dedication to kids is what brings me a lot of joy to see in this meeting. If I was a chief and I wanted to do something right now, I'd apply under Jordan's principle and I'd get additional funding to do that. But what I'm cautious about is in 1 year, this is all subject to whether you get year funding in year 2 or 3 or 4. And that's the thing. That's what I'm worried about is the security of it. That's why it suggests the reset. But yes, the money should be there under Jordan's principle. And we should ensure that Canada comes into full compliance with Jordan's principle so we get rid of the backlogs, we get rid of the red tape, and that they actually meet the needs of kids in your community, and that's what we're trying to do through the courts. In terms of the, a couple other final comments, because this is going to be my last chance, I just want to pay my respects to the nations from the Northwest Territories, who are not part of the final settlement agreement and not part of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case. But I just want to say on behalf of the Caring Society, if there's a way to include them and support their children, we really want to do that. And just as a technical thing, I know I went through my slides quickly. They have all the source verification for what I did, what I shared with you, and fact checking. I am very happy to share that with you. I provided it to Weena. If you have any questions or challenges, or if you want to make our proposed process quicker, you know how to get a hold of me, Cheese. It's been an honor. The kids are in good hands with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, for the presentation and taking the questions. We had already, I believe, presented the gift from the Assembly of First Nations. So with that, we will move along to the next agenda item, and I will turn it over to my colleague, Weena, to introduce our next speaker.
I will turn the floor over to you. Miigwech, Adam, and miigwech, Dr. Blackstock, for your time and everything you shared with us today. And on that, we have our last special guest of the day, and we are now at our guest speaker, former National Chief Phil Fontaine. And for that, I would like to invite National Chief to introduce and present our next guest. So on that, over to National Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Blackstock, can you just stay up here for a moment? Yeah, and with Phil. I want us to all lift up both of these wonderful people. They started this off in 2007. I know it's been a long, long journey, but I just want us to give them a round of applause. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge you both. Weena, do you want to introduce former National Chief? I don't know if he needs an introduction, but we all appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you also, Dr. Blackstock. Miigwech.
Okay. Yes, perfect. Thank you, National Chief. Welcome on the stage, Phil Fontaine. So Phil Fontaine is a member of the Saugeen First Nation. He served 3 terms as the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, 1997 to 2000, as well as 2003 to 2009. His accomplishments include negotiation of the Kelowna Accord in 2005, a rights-based agenda with the Canadian government that aimed to improve the lives and rights of First Nations peoples across Canada. He also played a key role in the negotiation of the Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement, which led to compensation for former students, the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and as well the foundation for the Prime Minister of Canada's apology to former students. One of his most historic achievements was securing the Pope's apology on behalf of the Catholic Church for its role in the residential school system in 2022. And on that, please help me give him a welcome, a warm welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction. Very kind and generous. I'm very honored to be here today to address an incredibly important, in fact, critical issue for all First Nations in the country, from coast to coast to coast. And I know that all of you have been struggling, and I hope that's a reasonable word, struggling to come to a consensus on this issue. And anything that is good is never easy. And this particular matter represents a real opportunity for our communities to do much good for their people, but more particularly for the children in our communities. As noted in the introduction, I was involved in the initial thrust on this issue. The Assembly of First Nations supported the Caring Society's presentation to the tribunal to resolve the issue of unfair discrimination over many, many years to our children. The Assembly of First Nations, together with the Caring Society, started this process, the formal process, in 2007. And I was privileged to be a part of the initial beginning, or the initial process that began this matter that's now before you. And as also noted, I was very directly involved in the negotiations of the historic settlement of the Indian residential school matter. And that wasn't easy. It was a very significant challenge in bringing forward a fair and just resolution to this issue that had hung over our communities like a dark cloud. It was a plague on our communities. But we prevailed. One, because we had very strong support from the chiefs in every part of the country. It is clear that we were representing all First Nations and not just the survivors, though they were a prominent element in our negotiations. And so success was possible, as I said, because we had strong support. And we were able to convey to the chiefs that supported us all of what we were trying to do We never acted unilaterally. We didn't act on our own. We spoke to the very important interests of our people. And this we did through the Executive Committee of the Assembly of First Nations and the chiefs of the country. What was different in this process of negotiations as we compared ourselves to the rest of the plaintiff lawyers? And keep in mind that at one point there were at least 80 plaintiff lawyers at the table. AFN and our team was the only group that was diverse in such a way that we included an elder on our team, we had a chief on our team, we had lawyers, but it was very much a First Nations body. And most importantly, this team had represented all of the important segments of our communities, was able to proceed on the basis of Indigenous legal principles. And that was so completely different, fundamentally different from all of the other plaintiff lawyers that were at the table. And I believe very sincerely that we prevailed in this process because of our commitment to following our traditions. And one of our most important elders in this process was Fred Kelly, who reminded us at every turn that we had to maintain our position in terms of ensuring that this process followed Indigenous legal traditions. What we had to fight for, and this is very much like the matter that's before you, it became very much a timing issue. We were running out of time in our negotiations. It was pretty clear that the government of the day was in a precarious state and that they would probably fall. So we had to strike a deal, and we had to do it before midnight this particular day. And that's what we did. We struck a deal that was reflective of all of the incredibly diverse interests in our communities related to the residential school survivors. And if you reflect back on the settlement agreement, it wasn't a bad deal. It is now about $6 billion plus. We created the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that has come forward with 94 calls to action. And the TRC is going to live on for many years to come. And its establishment, its creation, has enabled us to have the kind of conversation with Canadians that has been missing for such a long time. And it's an opportunity for us to create a new and more positive future for our people. And I give credit to Justice Sinclair and Chief Littlechild and Marie Wilson for the incredible job they did in leading the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But I remind the people here that it wasn't the government that created the TRC, it was the Assembly of First Nations. It was AFN. It was a negotiating team receiving clear direction and support from the executive committee, and in turn, reflective of the very diverse interests in our community. So this matter wasn't easy. It was difficult. We didn't have a sense that we would prevail against all of the forces that were aligned against us, but we did. And that's a credit to every First Nation community in the country. I was also involved, I don't know if this was mentioned, in Kelowna. You've heard of the Kelowna Accord. This incredible opportunity that we had created for ourselves, working with every jurisdiction in the country, provincial governments, the federal government, and Indigenous organizations, the Métis, the Inuit, and I forget the urban community. And it took us 18 months to carve out the Kelowna Accord. 18 months. It involved 2,000 people from every jurisdiction, as I said, in the country, including our own political body, the Assembly of First Nations. But we missed one thing. When Kelowna was announced as a deal, it wasn't accompanied with money. There's no bill that committed the government to providing the $5 billion. So with the change of government, even though Parliament had introduced and passed a bill on Kelowna, they never committed to providing the $5 billion. So while we were successful in creating this incredible opportunity for ourselves, it would have been far better if we had been able to convince the incoming government of the importance and value of Kelowna. But though we may have failed, it opened up other possibilities in the coming years, in the years that followed. I recall when the current Prime Minister was campaigning in the Yukon, he was asked a question about Kelowna. Would he commit to supporting Kelowna if they formed the government? He said yes, but it will be Kelowna plus, meaning that financial commitments from the incoming government would exceed the Kelowna Accord and the $5 billion price tag that was attached to Kelowna. And the government has actually met its commitments. I'm more than satisfied, not satisfied, poor word. I'm impressed with the way that Trudeau government has responded to the needs and aspirations of First Nation communities. So Kelowna residential school settlement agreement, I didn't say much, just a passing reference I should make to the constitutional talks, 1982, the inclusion of our people in Section 35, recognizing existing Aboriginal and treaty rights. But it wasn't a perfect deal, right? The 1982 constitutional process. We were still seen and regarded as Indians in the Constitution. As the reference was Aboriginal people, including Indians, Métis, and the Inuit. But that reference hasn't been a break on all of the good work that we've been able to accomplish together because of this very important and incredible moment in the lives of our people, First Nations people, everywhere in the country. It continues to live on. Important decisions from the courts, UNDRIP, become part of this process. And we can never belittle or demean UNDRIP or the 1982 constitutional process and what it brought forward. Now, I'll deviate a bit from my notes here. I've been listening to the debate here, discussions elsewhere. I've reached out to Cindy Blackstock to ask her what her assessment was of the FSA for the reform of child welfare. She gave me a complete overview, or as complete as we could manage in the time we had given ourselves. And she alerted me to some of the problematic issues related to the way this matter has rolled out. The challenge we have here, you've heard Cindy, you've heard people that oppose the approval of the FSA. You've heard others speak passionately about the importance of getting this matter through. One of the prevailing views has been with this process is that the chiefs of Canada have not been consulted. There hasn't been wide consultation. It's been a closed process. AFN hasn't been transparent enough to engender support from the chiefs of the country. I was involved in one of the side rooms earlier to talk about this particular matter and how you might address it, at least in the short term, if not in the long term. And the resolution that will be introduced here hopefully will reflect the way forward so that there will be enough comfort in this room to enable people to say yes to the agreement. And I'm referring to this point I made that people had concerns that there wasn't enough consultation, there wasn't wide consultation, the process wasn't transparent, hence the agreement fails to reflect all of the very diverse interests and perspectives in the country that are held regarding this agreement. So in the course of our discussions here earlier, a number of chiefs came together to suggest, in addition to other amendments that I've heard, that another committee, I don't know if we'll call it a committee, but another body within the Assembly of First Nations would be established to ensure that there's transparency in the process, that the will of the Assembly of First Nations will be reflected in this agreement, that we will have the kind of comfort that we're seeking, that this agreement, if it is approved, will set us back. So proposition will be to create an oversight committee or body that will oversee all of the work that will proceed from this day onward regarding the FSA. And this committee / body will have chiefs from every part of the country. Every part of the country. And this proposition actually goes beyond what has been offered before now in terms of ensuring transparency, in terms of ensuring that chiefs will be able to support this. So this resolution will reflect amendments that have been not addressed, but have been spoken to by National Chief Woodhouse when she said, look, I've heard you chiefs loud and clear. If you are talking about amendments to the agreement, we're prepared to entertain those amendments to enable us to go forward and to ensure that we are keeping in with the will of the people here, that the resolution that will be introduced, that will include this reference to an oversight body, will enable the chiefs of this assembly to move forward. And I don't know if there is more that can be said. Dr. Blackstock talked about the fact that the money, $45 billion, is not committed for 10 years. The commitment only includes the first year. I'm more than confident that if we work together, we can ensure that we meet the 10-year target and that the total funding that will be available will be $45 billion, as promised by the government to the Assembly of First Nations in the negotiations that took place. I wasn't part of the negotiations. I wasn't, I have to admit. And I may not know every single part of the agreement, but I understand the gist of the agreement. And as you know, I've said so, I was involved when we first introduced this as a possibility of making life better for our families and our children. That much I know. And I'm not a quick study, but I can think. And most importantly, I believe in the will of the chiefs. Absolutely. And we are strong when we are together. We weaken ourselves when we are badly divided. And I hope and pray that when we leave this assembly, we will be together as one, saying to the country that while we may have differing issues and we disagree on important points of the proposed settlement agreement, we are together in ensuring that we will move ahead as expeditiously as possible. As expeditiously as possible. Yeah, so that's my presentation here this afternoon. I spoke earlier to the Manitoba caucus, and I said pretty much what I said here. I was able to embellish things a little more than I did here because I was speaking to my chiefs in the province, right? So they gave me some leeway, and I appreciate that very much. My nephew, Chief Fontaine, was there listening to my presentation, and I know my chief has had some issues with the settlement agreement, but he's willing to do the right thing at the end of the day. And I'm extremely proud of EJ, Chief Fontaine. I'm very proud of all of you. I'm so very impressed that it's been so much a give and take here today and yesterday. Incredible arguments in favor, arguments opposed, just like any assembly worth its salt would do. And that's what you've done. That's impressive as heck. We are better than what we've been witnessing to the south of us. Every word expressed by one of the candidates is a lie. They can't even keep up with the lies, right? There are so many. And I'm not suggesting that's what I've heard here, not by any stretch, because everything I've heard here is the truth. People have been truthful. Somewhat like Kamala, right? I'm not suggesting National Chief Woodhouse is Kamala. National Chief Woodhouse. Hey? I'm Trump, yeah. I've been trumped. I've been trumped. Anyway, I wish you much success with the rest of your discussions, your honorable debates, your interventions, and all of what matters to you as individuals, as representatives of your communities, and the love and care you have for your children. I wish you well. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Phil Fontaine, for your time, your presence, your wisdom, teachings, and all that you shared with us today. And we wish you a very great end of day. And a gift was given to him by a national chief, like the usual, like we did with all our guests this week. So, on that, it's now 3:35 p.m. and we are now at resolutions. You waited long to arrive there. Yep. So here we are. And we're ready to entertain resolutions. So on that, I will invite our new best friend for the rest of the afternoon. His name is Bram. He will join us on the stage because he's the one helping us, co-chairs, dealing with amendments. If any amendments are proposed on the floor, we need help. He's the one that will do the link with resolution committee. Thank you. So let me take my laptop because we're very high tech since the two last assemblies, I would say. We have everything on Google Drive. So let me just take my laptop. Sorry for the noise. Hello, Bram. Thank you for being here with us. Can you hear me well? I just moved the microphones, just want to make sure that all is good. Good. Okay. Okay, so we will now, so we have until, on the agenda, we have until 5:30 today, 5:30. So we will begin with draft resolution number 1 this afternoon. So this is the first draft resolution we will entertain. And on that, I will mention, I have some announcements or housekeeping. Just want you to know that there are 3 AFN staff to support chiefs at each microphones. So I would ask you if you can please help them or help us all here to make sure that if you have some amendment, that to make sure that you can provide them as well with language, written language would be the best. To be prepared with that, you can, they will be there. Also, we would ask to please help them with space as they are with the resolutions team. Also, when you come at the microphone during the discussion period, we will ask if you can please make sure to indicate if you're making a comment or an amendment. If it's an amendment, a proposed amendment, please make sure that you mention that, because often it is a statement or comments that can look like a proposed amendment, but we would need to know that it is an official proposed amendment. The usual, I'm just reviewing some important technicality. Other thing, given the importance of the draft resolution we'll have in front of us this afternoon, we've been asked to read the entire draft resolutions, so the entire document in both French and English. So for our friends that speak English, let's take that as a lesson, a French lesson. I'll try not to speak too fast, and I won't ask Adam to help me for that. I'll do it myself for the French. So on that, I will now ask for the draft resolution to be put up on the screens, and thank you very much. It is now up on the screen. So first, the draft resolution number 1 is entitled Our Children, Our Future, Draft Agreement on Reforming the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. C'est intitulé Nos enfants, notre avenir, projet d'entente sur la réforme du programme des services à l'enfance et à la famille des Premières Nations. This draft resolution number 1 has been moved by Chief Dan Manuel. So, Chief, are you present in the room? At this time, I'm just checking, make sure that you're there, so thank you so much. Please don't go too far because we'll need you pretty soon. So, thank you, Chief. And this draft resolution number 1 have been seconded by Chief Joe Miskokomon. Seconder, Seconder is present in the room. Thank you very, very much. On that, we will now read the entire, as mentioned, the totality of the draft resolution number 1 in both French and English. I will start with the French, and I'll give, after that, myself a little break and ask my friend Adam for help with the reading of the English. So, That works for you, that works for me, and I'll start right now with the French. Attendu que les Premières Nations en Assemblée rendent hommage aux enfants, aux jeunes et aux familles qui ont subi la discrimination du Canada et des préjudices dans le cadre du programme des services à l'enfance et à la famille des Premières Nations, SEFPN, ainsi que les conséquences des structures coloniales du Canada dont les effets se font encore ressentir aujourd'hui. Nous nous engageons à nous assurer que les générations futures n'auront jamais à subir de tels préjudices et qu'elles vivront à l'abri de toute forme de discrimination dans le cadre des services à l'enfance et à la famille. En vertu de la Déclaration des Nations unies sur les droits des peuples, article 2, article 7.7.2 et article 19, article 22.2 et article 23. Je ne vais pas lire le contenu des articles pour préserver le temps que nous avons devant nous, mais ce sont les articles qui sont mentionnés dans la résolution et tirés de la Déclaration des Nations unies. Attendu que, numéro C, en 2007, l'APN et la Société de soutien à l'enfance et à la famille des Premières Nations, Société de soutien, ont déposé une plainte auprès du Tribunal canadien des droits de la personne, TCDP, alléguant que la prestation inéquitable des SEFPN par le Canada et le choix du Canada
and the choice of Canada not to fully apply the Jordan principle was discriminatory and caused prejudice. The CHRT substantiated the complaint in 2010 CHR22, which ordered Canada to immediately cease its discriminatory conduct toward First Nation children and families, emphasizing the need for prevention services and to take such effort as necessary to prevent the recurrence of discrimination. E. In December 2020, AFN Canada Chief of Ontario COO Anishinaabe Nation NAN and the Caring Society reached an agreement in principle AIP on long-term reform of the FNCFS program and Jordan Principle valued at $19.807 billion over $5 year. The AP provided a roadmap to negotiate a final agreement. F. The First Nation in Assembly, by way of AFN Resolution 04-2022, First Nation determined of the reform of the First Nation Child and Family Services Program and Jordan Principles, ordered through the 2022 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling number 8, directed the AFN to request that the CHRT support First Nation right to self-determination by ordering that all funding provided through the 2022 CHRT 8 ruling be disbursed to First Nation and self-governing First Nation to the Yukon in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding between their government and FNCFS agencies. G. The First Nation in Assembly mandated the FN by way of Resolution 40-2022 and 86-23 to ensure quality of life to the First Nation Child's and Family Services Program in Georgia's principle, to negotiate a final settlement and long-term reform, conduct regional engagement with draft agreement to ensure that First Nation leadership had an adequate party to discuss the draft agreement and return the First Nation Assembly for discussing and or approval of the agreement. H. The AFN, alongside COO and NAN in Canada, participated in an intensive negotiation toward that draft agreement that reflect direction from the First Nation in Assembly and leverage First Nation-led research, expert advice, and recommendation to reform the FNCFS program. I. Council of the FNCO and AN in Canada endorsed a draft agreement for consideration and approval by their respective leadership on July 10, 2024. J. As mandated by WAVE Resolution 40-2022 and 86-2023, the AFN conducted engagement sessions with First Nation, including regional engagement sessions, to seek feedback on the draft agreement and negotiate recommendation as advised by First Nations. K. The draft agreement represents a robust approach to the long-term reform of the FNCFS program, with founding commitment in the amount of $47.8 billion over 10 years, reflecting the principle of substantive equality and best interest of the child, while ensuring collaboration and accountability between First Nation and the service providers rendering services to their communities. Last, whereas L. The draft agreement will have a direct impact of unprecedented magnitude on the lives of First Nation children, their family, and their communities. And further, to the FN mandate has been the subject of extensive engagement with First Nation child and family services experts and aligned to the greatest extent possible with the mandate of the First Nation in Assembly, particularly in advancing sovereignty, inherent jurisdictions, and nation-to-nation building. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nation in Assembly, 1. Fully support and approve the draft agreement on long-term reform of the First Nation Child and Family Services, FNCFS, program as amended based on engagement with First Nation, and authorize the Assembly of First Nation AFN negotiator to make the necessary minor edits to complete a final agreement. 2. Support the AFN in seeking an order from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT, confirming that the final agreement on long-term reform fully satisfies order related to reforming the FNCFS program. 3. Direct the Reform Implementation Committee to return to the First Nation Assembly to provide regular progress report on implementation of the reform of the FNCFS program, which complete my reading for the French part of the draft resolution program.
The French version of this draft resolution number 1, as explained, will now go and read it in English. So for that, my friend Adam is here to help. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you, Weena. So the resolution is before you. I will read it in English. And of course, this is draft resolution number 1, 2024. We have confirmed that the mover and the seconder are present. Before I read the resolution, it's very important that we are all on the same page. We all understand the resolution we are dealing with right now. I am getting inquiries, when is the vote? Also another inquiry, when is the main resolution? So this resolution that we are bringing forward, self-explanatory, but it is quite lengthy, but this is a resolution to accept the final agreement as presented, as amended and presented. This is the resolution. We just want to make sure everybody understands. So it reads, whereas the First Nations in Assembly honor all the children, youth, and families who have experienced harm in Canada's discrimination in the First Nations Child and Family Services, FNCFS program, and legacy of Canada's colonial structures, the effects of which continue to be felt today. We dedicate ourselves to ensuring that future generations will never have to experience such harm again and will live free from any kind of discrimination within the provision of child and family services. B, the United Nations on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UN Declaration states under Article 2, Article 7.2, Article 19, Article 22.2, Article 23. C, the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, and the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society filed a complaint with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT, in 2007, alleging that Canada's inequitable provision of FNCFS and its choice to not fully implement Jordan's Principle were discriminatory and resulted in harms. D, the CHRT substantiated the complaint in 2016 CHRT 2, which ordered Canada to immediately cease its discriminatory conduct towards First Nations children and families, emphasizing the need for prevention services and to take such efforts as necessary to prevent the recurrence of discrimination. E, in December 2021, the AFN, Canada, Chiefs of Ontario, KU, Anishinaabe Nation, NAN, and the Caring Society reached an agreement in principle, AIP, on long-term reform of the FNCFS program and Jordan's Principle, valued at $19.807 billion over 5 years. The AIP provided a roadmap to negotiate a final agreement. F, the First Nations in Assembly, by way of AFN Resolution 04-2022, First Nations determination of the reforms of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle, ordered through the 2022 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Ruling 8, directed the AFN to request that the CHRT support First Nations' right to self-determination by ordering that all funding provided through the 2022 CHR 8 ruling be dispersed to First Nations and self-governing First Nations in the Yukon in order for them to determine how to allocate this funding between their governments and FNCFS agencies. G, the First Nations in Assembly mandated the AFN by way of Resolutions 40-2022 and 86-2023 to ensure quality of life to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle, to negotiate a final settlement on long-term reforms, conduct regional engagements on the draft agreement, and ensure that First Nations leadership has an adequate opportunity to discuss the draft agreement and return to the First Nations in Assembly for discussion and/or approval of the agreement. H, the AFN alongside KU, NAN, and Canada participated in intensive negotiations towards a draft agreement that reflected direction from the First Nations in Assembly and leveraged First Nations-led research, expert advice, and recommendations to reform the FNCFS program. I, counsel for the AFN, KU, NAN, and Canada endorsed a draft agreement for consideration and approval by their respective leadership on July 10th, 2024. J, as mandated by way of Resolutions 40-2022 and 86-2023, the AFN conducted engagement sessions with First Nations, including regional, and I've lost it, including and I do apologize, I've just lost it on my screen. I'm just going to go to the hard copy. Okay. No, okay, I have it here.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back to J. As mandated by way of Resolutions 40-2022 and 86-2023, the AFN conducted engagement sessions with First Nations, including regional engagement sessions, to seek feedback on the draft agreement and negotiate recommendations as advised by First Nations. K, the draft agreement represents a robust approach on the long-term reform of the FNCFS program, with funding commitments in the amount of $47.8 billion over 10 years, reflecting the principles of substantive equality and best interests of the child, while ensuring collaboration and accountability between First Nations and the service providers rendering services to their communities. L, the draft agreement will have a direct impact of unprecedented magnitude on the lives of First Nations children, their families, and their communities, and further to the AFN's mandates has been the subject of extensive engagement with First Nations and Child and Family Services experts, and aligns to the greatest extent possible with the mandates of the First Nations in Assembly, particularly in advancing sovereignty, inherent jurisdiction, and nation-to-nation building. Therefore, be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1, fully support and approve the draft agreement on long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services FNCFS program, as amended based on engagement with First Nations, and authorize the Assembly of First Nations AFN negotiators to make the necessary minor edits to complete a final agreement. 2, support the AFN in seeking an order from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, CHRT, confirming that the final agreement on long-term reform fully satisfies its orders related to reforming the FNCFS program. 3, direct the Reform Implementation Committee to return to the First Nations and Assembly to provide regular update reports on implementation of the reforms to the FNCFS program. So that is the resolution in English. I will turn it back to my colleague, Weena.
Thank you, Adam. And thank you to all of you for your patience and active listening. On that, draft resolution number 1 has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. We will now open the discussion period. We will start the usual. We will first invite the mover, but first I just want to mention that, so it is almost 4 p.m. Just to give us an idea of the time we have in front of us, I will give a first 30 minutes for this discussions period. We'll see where we are in 30 minutes. If we need more time, we'll do that. But first, just for a question of facilitating, it will help me. So, as you know, all chiefs have 4 minutes, a right to speak, chiefs and proxies, 4 minutes to address the Assembly. As earlier mentioned, please indicate if you're making a comment or a proposed amendment. As mentioned also, AFN staff is available near the microphones, the 2 microphones, and online as well, they are available to help you. On that, I will now first invite the mover to introduce this draft resolution number 1, and I will then invite the seconder after the mover, and we will, after that, we will open the floor for all chiefs and proxies that wish to speak and address the Assembly. Microphone number 1, the mover, please, 4 minutes.
Why pisnog seal, why yel michwam, why piayat, isque squilila, kin yel michwam till spachman ulkin keltmith. Why can limp can skeet step naskal halt? I just wanted to speak in favor of the resolution. My colleagues and friends here today, this very important decision that we have in front of us. I'm here and I'm joined in our Assembly by the authorized and legitimate government and the legitimate authority over my children and my community. That is my grandmothers. In my language, Kustem Tima. They've accompanied me here and empowered me and authorized me to speak on their behalf and to move this resolution of support because they feel it's important for our children in our community that we act, and we act quickly to address all of the discussion and the harms that we've heard here for the last 2 days. My goal here is that we can come to consensus and we can all agree to move forward in a good way. In speaking with my grandmothers, they have provided recommendations, they have provided insight and thought, and they have asked for us to come to consensus. And they've asked that we entertain discussion and dialogue. Along the way, right from day one, we've never ceded, surrendered, or sold our lands. We've never given anyone, any government, anyone authority and jurisdiction over our children. It's written down in our laws, it's written on our land, it's written on our hearts that those grandmothers are the responsible ones for our Stchechmalatit, our children. With the end of my time in seeking consensus, and I want to thank National Chief Fontaine for his words and his support and his recognition of the difficulties of these decisions. I have been working to attempt to find common ground between diverse perspectives that exist in this room. I wish to propose an amendment, Madam Chair, and to add a number 4 in the therefore be it resolved to call on Canada to immediately convene a federal, provincial, territorial, and First Nations leadership gathering with rights holders on First Nation child and family services to establish a path to reform of child and family services for First Nations living off reserve, in recognition that First Nations have the inherent authority and the right to care for their children wherever they reside. I offer this amendment in an effort to find common ground here in the room so that we can collectively move forward here. As we've all expressed, we put our children in the center. I also want to remind and bring attention, I'm not sure if it was brought on the floor here today. This morning during the pipe ceremony, our elder Leonard Weaseltail, he's left his pipe on the floor over there by the staffs. And I acknowledge them. And I acknowledge him for his prayers of unity. 2 pipes. There's 2 pipes laying there on the floor by that eagle staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Miigwech, mover. So on that, I will assume, or we'll check with the seconder just to make sure that the seconder does agree with this proposed amendment read by the mover. Microphone number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Joe Muskokamon, Chief of the Chippewas, Thames First Nation in Southern Ontario, and I agree with that amendment. I, too, would like to pay our tribute to Treaty 7 and the Blackfoot Confederacy, in which the territory in which we are allowed to come and discuss in a very respectful way the very heart of our nation. I recognize our Eagle staffs and our medicines, our veterans, our elders, our Ladies' Council, Youth Council, the Executive, and the National Chief. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been through this before, where we have had substantively divided viewpoints on approach and on going forward. But that has not stopped us. That has not stopped us from seeking a way to try to find consensus amongst ourselves. We are people that represent honorable nations, and we represent ourselves in these forums as honorable leaders. And I thank all of the people that have come before that we've listened to, and I've sat here and listened to it in the last day and a half, with the compassion and the hurt and the stories. And yes, some of the shortcomings of this agreement. But I too like to read into this resolution, number 5. And hopefully this will help us come together a little closer so that we can see eye to eye and move forward as a collective. And my number 5 would read, direct the AFN to establish an oversight chiefs committee who shall provide direction to the AFN with respect to the implementation of the final agreement on the long-term reform of FNCFS program. because I've heard the people say, this should be in the hands of the chief, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. We are the ones that are responsible for our people. We are the ones that are put in this position by our people. We are the ones that should be held accountable to our people. We are the ones that give our executive the mandates over many years to negotiate for us, and yet we can't abandon them. We've heard about the hurts. We've heard about going forward, but what happens if we don't go forward today? What happens is that we are stuck in status quo. The resources will not get to our communities. The poverty will not magically go away. The addictions will continue to happen. The abuses will continue to happen. And the children will be left the ones to bear the scars. I ask you, come together. Help us so that we can unite and move forward as a strong organization, as we have always proven, as the former National Chief Phil Fontaine reminded us of. We can win together. We do not have to be divided. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So I will look at the mover, just as I did with the first proposed amendment, to verify if you're in agreement with that proposed amendment. Mover is in agreement. He confirmed his agreement to that. So Miigwech, both mover and seconder. Here, we have two proposed amendments that were agreed upon by both the mover and the seconder. So draft resolution number 1 has been amended by the addition of 2 new paragraphs in the therefore be it resolved section. And just for more clarity, I would like to go through those 2 together. We'll read it together. Because it has already, as you know, we have the possibility now to entertain live amendments on the screen. So you already saw the amendments, but we will read it together and you will still see it up on the screens. Thank you. Number 4, call on Canada to immediately convene a federal, provincial, territorial, and First Nations leadership gathering with rights holders on First Nations child and family services to establish a path to reform child and family services for First Nations living off reserve, in recognition that First Nations have the inherent authority and right to care for their children wherever they reside. Number 5, direct the AFN to establish an oversight chiefs committee who shall provide direction to the AFN with respect to the implementation of the final agreement on the long-term reform of the FNCFS program. Thank you very much. On that, we will now open the floor for proxies and chiefs and proxies that would like to come at the microphone, and we will alternate. You all have up to 4 minutes, and I will ask my friend here for the calculation you just gave. Okay, but so roughly, there are about 25 and more that came up after this count. So 25 speakers in the that are in the speakers list and that approached the microphone, either virtual and physical here in the room. So if you all speak 4 minutes, that does not include the back and forth. Only for the 4 minutes, it equals to 1 hour, 40 minutes minimum. So we just want to say that it's very important to be as brief and concise as possible. And if you wish if your point has already been made, maybe better to be as brief as possible, or to I will stop here. So on that, microphone number 2, please.
Pauline Frost, Chief of Funtaquichin First Nation, referred to as T-Chick in Yukon. I'm also here before you as a proxy for Champagne-Ajac First Nation. So I'd like to provide some comments and then a recommendation. So as Yukon First Nations, we cannot, maintain that we cannot support the final settlement agreement as presented on July 11th. While members of the Assembly of First Nations, we support the need to hold Canada to account and to change their discriminatory practices and systems, which has continued to undermine the well-being of our children and families. Our view of the proposed FSA and the resulting governance model and funding formula does not address our jurisdictional rights and interests as modern treaty governments. A model and formula that has not directly been informed by the rights holders. So I want to acknowledge the grandmothers and grandfathers and the families that have done great work to get us here. I think we need to do that and keep moving forward in a good way. While the AFN Legal Counsel have a particular view that the subject matter is about a federal program, from the self-governing First Nations view, the subject matter is about First Nations children and families, to which we are responsible to protect, inform, and advance. We maintain that the resulting terms and conditions affect our rights. We maintain that Canada has an obligation to consult us as modern treaty holders. They have failed in that regard, and we cannot accept the FSA as presented. As members of the Assembly of First Nations, we have highlighted that the FN Charter requires a process and resulting decisions to reflect and respect the diversity of its membership. As self-governing Yukon nations, we respect the views and positions of our fellow chiefs. We also similarly want other nations to respect our position and our views. We want to uphold and respect the diversity of the membership. On that point, I note that the Assembly of First Nations Articles 1C states, by virtue of recognition and respect for their mutual sovereign equity, First Nations can establish collective political relations based on respect of diversity. So to that end, the self-governing Yukon First Nations that are here this week, we cannot support the resolution, but we do want to raise that there's a proposed friendly amendment that we would like to make with respect to the derogation clause in the resolution, or a derogation clause that states that the FSA will not affect the rights of interests of First Nations with treaties or who seek to negotiate directly with Canada. That the funding formula and Canada's structure not prejudice First Nations jurisdiction, rights of interest specific to children and families, and that the CHRT orders continue to apply to self-governing Yukon First Nations. Merci.
Miigwech, Chief, I will ask you if you can please stay nearby the microphone, but first, so we can stop the timer at this moment. First, so this is a proposed amendment. Am I right? You're proposing this amendment. It's enough. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And the other question I have for you is, where do you propose to include that amendment? Is it an additional paragraph in the therefore be it resolved section? Microphone number 2.
Thank you. I would suggest that it falls under, I think there were 2 other recommended changes, 5 and 6, so I would suggest it fall after them.
So paragraph, your proposed amendment is to add a new paragraph. Thank you very much. On that, resolution committee is now putting the language up on the screen, but while they're figuring out the language to reflect the proposed amendment, I will first go to the mover and the seconder to make sure that they agree with that proposed amendment, or if they do not agree. So it's for them to decide. And maybe you can also, the mover and the seconder, if you prefer, we can wait until such time that the proposed language is up on the screen. If it's easier, I do understand that. So, microphone number 1, please. We have the seconder.
Yes, I think it would be important that we all see exactly the wording that is being proposed by the speaker.
Miigwech, so we will wait. On that, I just want to make a comment here. It is very important to deal with one proposed amendment at a time. So we're dealing with this proposed amendment. Once we dealt with it, we will then go to the next speaker. The next speaker will be microphone number 3, which is the one online. The other thing I wanted to let you know is that, as you know, we try here to help you managing the time. You have rules, we need to follow your rules. The rules is up to 4 minutes. In a respectful way, I will, or I might, interrupt just to state, if 30 seconds is left, I will mention that kindly, respectfully, and if the time is up, I will also ask you to conclude very briefly. The other thing I wanted to let you know is not just because you're standing at the microphone, that does not guarantee that we will have time to go to each of you. So you understand that, because it's not the first time it happens. We will try to get to the most of you. So if the more concise, the more brief you are, if you take less time, this would give more time to other chiefs and proxies that would like to take the floor. So on that, we are just waiting at the moment to make sure that we have the live amendment ready to be read up on the screen. So once it is ready, please put it up on the screen. Thank you so much. You read my mind. You read my mind, but it's not ready yet. So we're waiting to have the correct language that will reflect the proposed amendment by Chief at microphone number 2. Thank you for your patience. So I'm looking at the resolution committee. So did I see a hand at microphone? So you're the chief that provided, okay, so microphone number 2, but the time was was up, so I guess it is yeah, clarification. So I will open I will ask to open, please open the microphone number 2, please, for the chief that already made a proposed amendment.
Yep.
Clarification.
Okay.
Chief Amanda Lease from Ta'on Quichan Council in Whitehorse, Yukon. I would like to give my time to Chief Pauline Frost. Shonithan.
We thank you so much, but we are still talking about the proposed amendment. Is that the comment is intended to the proposal? So, Chief, at microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, and I beg your patience as we're working through the language. The technical team sits over here, and they are working through the final language of how we are going to look at the clause that removes, that gives us a relationship, a direct relationship with Canada, and what does that look like with respect to our treaty obligations, their treaty obligations with us. So I beg your patience as they work through the technical language that reflects that.
Miigwech, Chief. So just a comment to Chief that just gave up her time. I'm just going to say that I did not need that, so you can stay in the line because I was just about to ask to open the microphone number 2 for clarification only, and that was done. Thank you so much. You didn't lose your time. I guess our little beavers are working hard to make sure we get the correct language that reflect the proposed amendment. So here it is. I've been advised or told, not taking advice from anyone, I'm kidding. No, I've been told that we will now table this proposed amendment just to give time to work the language, and we don't want to lose more time on that. We will work in parallel on that. We will now go to the next speaker, but I will just ask for the chief that provided the proposed amendment to not go too far, because we'll get back to you pretty soon, I guess. But on that, I will now go to the Zoom platform and invite Chief Byron Louis to speak. Over to you, Chief. You have up to 4 minutes.
Yes, I'm just, in support of the actual amendments to the motion. I think it's really important that we actually try to achieve some level of consensus over the next few months. I really do have a problem with, of what has been talked about earlier on about this idea that we can go back to court and or go back to the human resources, and if this does not bear fruit, then that's through negotiating or re-entering negotiations. Because, if you look at it, there's over 200 and something court cases that we have won so far, but how many of them have been implemented? And this really concerns me. And I asked a question earlier on, do we actually have what is required to actually start looking at how we can start addressing these multi-generational traumas that we all have in our communities? Look at the opioid crisis, look at any type of crisis we have, and it could go back into residential schools. It could go back into, 60 Scoop. It can go back into what's happening now, but that dysfunction is there. But we, meaning myself as a chief, I have never been able to have programs and services that are available to me to start addressing those issues. And we have to stand by while we watch a loss of, at the far end of the scale, of a loss of some of our members to the ongoing crises that's dealing with the effects of a lot of these traumas. And, I don't want to be sitting here for another, 4 years or 6 years as we go through a court case or anything else, and still be looking at these same problems with these children that have been apprehended, the parents of children that have grown up into these type of environments, and when do we get to the point of actually start to heal? And that's the thing that bothers me. And I want to make sure that we have the ability. Do we have what's required now in terms of funding? Do we have what's in this, in the actual draft settlement? Is that sufficient, coupled with other funding that has been achieved through such things with the 60 Scoop or some of the other efforts through residential school? Because all of these have never dealt with the multi-generational effects of these institutions. And I just can't go into our community again and tell them, oh well, we have a solution here, but it's going to probably take maybe 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, or whatever to go through the courts, because the Canadian government has too long managed risk. And managing risk, I mean, dealing with some of the issues that we're bringing forth, and them saying using the courts to manage that risk. And what I mean by that, they know darn well it's going to take anywhere from 4 to possibly up to 8 to 10 years to run something through the Supreme Court or other. And they also know that that's about reasonably the length of time that a sitting government is going to survive in Canada. So they've been managing it based upon that. And what I need to know is, does this affect? And what I see is, I do like, the amendments to this motion, and I will be supporting it for that very reason. We need to be able to get to the point to where we can start, healing our people. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Louis. On that, I will now look at my friend here on the stage to check if we're ready to conclude the proposed amendment, to go back on that. Okay, so we're not ready now. So we will now go to the microphone number 1 for our next chiefs. You're invited to speak at microphone number 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a proxy for Kitchener-Melchizedek, James Cutfeed, on behalf of Chief Donnie Morris. And this is not to make an amendment, but more of a statement of our position. And this afternoon, I hold before you our law. This is our family law, and it's called Kitchener-Melchizedek For English, Kitchener-Melchizedek family law, for those that do not understand it. It addresses our culture, the laws that we had, and the traditions, and most importantly, this law revitalizes our language. It's full of language. And the work began back in 2007. It didn't begin when Bill C-92 was introduced. Bill C-92 facilitated and lessened our negotiating of the law when it ascended. It made our life a lot easier. So we have launched this law April 1, 2023, and it's operational. The acronym for it is KIDO, K-I-D-O. So our chief has stated our position with regards to the issue at hand, and I would like to read a few of the statements in condensed form that he has provided in a letter form to the Assembly of First Nation National Chief. On the final settlement agreement on long-term of First Nation Child and Family Services Program as reached between Canada, AFN, NAN, and COO, the funding under the FA is needed, and moving to meet the best needs of the Awashasug, Ushkadsug, Egwa, de Benjigionan. I will translate into English those words: children, youth, and families is what we all would like to see, and KI respects the work that has been done to date. However, KI is a sovereign nation, Indigenous nation, and a jurisdiction holder with Minaguzwan. Minaguzwan is, it was not given to us by the settlement government. It was given to us by the Creator. That's what Minaguzwan is. The inherent power and the inherent rights, and has enacted its own family law. Like I said, here is the law. Kitchenameksip, Ininwag, the Benjigawan, Unakwanagawan, Kido, have taken over child and family services for members. Based on what was agreed to between KI Canada and Ontario, our coordination agreement, the FA, does not reflect what was negotiated by KI during our process and would like to adopt any further entitlements. KI has a treaty relationship with the Crown, and where important issues arise that will directly impact the well-being of KI and its members.
Chief, please conclude in one sentence, if possible.
In one sentence, if possible? All right.
That is a sentence.
Here we go. There will be no decisions that affect us that has not had our free, prior, and informed participation and consent, and is reflective of the principles contained in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Indigenous People. There we go.
Very good. Okay. No, we're not ready, so we will continue, and I will invite the next chief at microphone number 2, please. Another chief, not the one that just made the proposed amendment. Yes, microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon. Regina Crowchild, Sultan Nation, Proxy Chief. I just want some clarification. You know, on the preamble on L, it says the draft agreement will have direct impact on unprecedented magnitude on the lives of First Nations, well, so forth. But what bothers me is that First Nations and Child and Family Services experts and align to the greatest extent possible with the mandates of the First Nations in Assembly, particularly in advancing sovereignty, inherent jurisdiction, and nation-to-nation building. My concern is, like the previous speaker, the Government of Canada did not grant us our right to sovereignty, our inherent rights, and our right to government. So I don't want us to be implicated in that. So I'm wondering, we're not into domestic treaties. We have treaties with the with the Crown. Those are international treaties. The other thing too I wanted to address is, it says, and this afternoon, when I talked, like, we're not under C-92, because it's our authority, our inherent authority to take care of our peoples, including our children, whether they live on reserve or off reserve. We take care of them, except because of Canada giving that authority to the provinces to have jurisdiction over child and family, and included us, we have that problem. But this afternoon at lunch, the lady from ISK said that if this doesn't go through, there's no more negotiations. That's it. They'll never get the authority to negotiate again. But once there's a court order, the human rights court order, it's still going to be there. Does Canada have that right, Indian Affairs have that right to terminate that court order? I want to know that, because I don't believe that. I don't care who's in, which party's in government. If, to my understanding, when the Human Rights Court gives an order, that it has to be complied with by the existing government, whoever's discriminating. But the other thing too is I have to say is, you know, I felt bad today. It really hurt me to see Caroline and all those ladies, all those people that have been discriminated against because Canada refuses to recognize our human rights, which they profess to be champions in other countries of human rights. It hurts. Yes. That's something we should be going, and I asked yesterday, where is Canada obliged under this order that they have to stop discriminating against us? I don't see anything. Canada should be obliged to follow what the court said. And if Canada wasn't discriminating, it wouldn't have gone to the Human Rights Commission. So there's got to be some obligation on Canada to stop those discriminations. But I'm just saying this, I haven't decided which way I'm going to vote. We have to caucus, we have to decide. But it goes both ways. But and as you know, Tsuut'ina Nation never gave the authority to AFN to speak to our inherent rights and our treaty rights. So that stands.
Miigwech, Chief Crowchild. On that, one comment. Just make sure, please, chiefs online, to lower your hand after you have spoken, because this can be very confusing for me. I don't know if it's I would call it a old end, not a new end. But thank you. It is now, everything has been fixed online, so thank you so much. And while I was saying this comment, I just received the go to address the proposed amendment. So I will, for that, I will now ask Chief that proposed the amendment to come nearby the microphone, and we will read the proposed amendment together. And I will check after with her if the language reflects her proposed amendment on the floor. So the proposed amendment is to add a new paragraph, so paragraph number 6. Call on Canada to amend the FSA to provide an FSA final settlement agreement. So call on Canada to amend the final settlement agreement to provide clarification that A, the FSA will not affect the rights or interests of First Nations with treaties or who seek to negotiate directly with the Government of Canada. B, the funding formula and governance structure will not prejudice the First Nations jurisdictions, rights or interests specific to children and family matters, and C, the CHRT orders that hold Canada accountable continue to apply to modern treaty First Nations. On that, Chief, that proposed the amendment, I'm looking at you and would like to have your confirmation that this language reflects your proposed amendment. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that we are okay with the language as is presented.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, we still need the consent from the mover and the seconder to make this amendment to the draft resolution number 1. So mover and seconder, I see them coming to, giving me a hands up. That's even better. Oh no, I'm sorry. They're saying 1 minute. Okay, microphone number 2, just, yes.
1 more minute, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. It was confusing. 1 minute and a thumbs up. Ooh. Thank you for the clarification. So we'll wait to get their answer before continuing with the next speaker in the speakers list. And on that, Chief, just want to let you know that I opened the floor for discussions on this draft resolution number 1 at 4. It is already 4:41. So we already spent 41 minutes here discussing draft resolution number 1. Just want to note that. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I approve of the proposed amendment.
I'm sorry, I just want to can you repeat just what you said? You said you agree with the proposal?
I agree with the proposed amendment.
Thank you, mover. Seconder.
Chief Joe Muskokumana, I agree with the proposed amendment.
Miigwech for that. So the draft resolution number 1 has been amended, and it's the 3rd amendment that is now included in the language. So on that, we will now continue, and where was I? Oh, online. Yes, okay. Yes, thank you so much. I completely forgot where we were in terms of sequencing, but I'm okay now. We will not go online. And I will now invite Chief Laurie Carr to speak. Over to you, Chief.
Ani tiktodam megazekwe dishnakas, Laurie Noswa Michisagi Nishnabe and Dow. Good evening. It's 6:43 here, so good evening, everyone. I am from Hiawatha First Nation in Ontario, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution and the agreement. I have been listening over the last 2 days, and I've heard the many reasons for and against the agreement, and I respect them all. It's not an easy decision to make, and it certainly hasn't been for me as part of the Ontario, as an Ontario First Nation person and chief, and one who has to look after all our children and care for them. You know, this hasn't been made lightly for our community, for our council. And I wanted to just add that, you know, there's no amount of money that will ever make up for our children's losses, our family losses. There is neither is perfect. You know, when we talk about the agreement, it's like a chief once told me, you know, they take the car and they give you back the steering wheel when we were talking about a treaty settlement. And so when it comes to our children in this piece of how do we work best? How do we work best now facing the crisis we face in our communities, facing the crisis of looking after our children? And when I think about the HR rulings that are in place, that's not an easy process. We haven't accessed any of that because we don't have the human resources to do that, because we don't have the funds to put up front to cover everything that we need. And so as we move forward, you know, I'm moving forward on the faith, and what I heard is that here in Ontario and across, you know, we'll continue. I heard the national chief, I heard our regional chief say that we'd continue to work bringing a future for all our children on and off our territories, for our families. And so I vote with that. I vote in favor of this resolution and this agreement, knowing that we will continue to do the work, that this won't be lost and this won't be, so difficult as we move forward, and that, we can't just stop here. This is about our children today and our children tomorrow. And right now we need to look after the children today while doing that work for the next children, the next generations to come. And so I just wanted to add in that in support of support of my region, and in support of the children that I need to take care of in our community of our First Nation. Miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So, given that the discussion period is open since 46 minutes, just want to very respectfully just propose something, but it is your assembly, chiefs and proxies. Just want to propose that we could prioritize only the chiefs and proxies coming at the microphone with a proposed amendment, since and I'm not telling you that that's what I want to do, but I'm just proposing that because this way we could go to the most of you that want to share and speak to the microphone and provide a proposed amendment. So because we heard many opposition comments on that, and in favor as well, we heard many of you. So maybe prioritize the proposed amendment. But on that, I will now invite spokesperson Kelsey Lam at microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chiefs and proxies, leaders, elders, community members, everybody who is watching and participating in this. I have written down some speaking notes because I wanted to give the severity and the seriousness of this decision the respect that I know everybody here that is participating in this, if you hold a red lanyard, that you are here in this room right now, you are paying attention, you are learning because you care about this issue and you care about our children. Whether you're in favor or against the FSA, I believe that every chief and proxy in this room cares about our First Nations children, and that's why we have the positions that we do. We all care about the same thing. I'm here to speak against this resolution, and I'm here to ask the chiefs and proxies who are undecided, who are not sure, to vote down this resolution. No amendments to this resolution will clean up the fact that the first line in the resolution calls for the approval of the amended FSA. Doesn't matter how we amend it. My message to the chiefs and proxies is we need to say no to this version of the FSA, this version. And the reason why is because there's so many flaws with the FSA. We heard that over the last few days. We've heard about how there's only certain regions who have power within the implementation. And AFN has power in the implementation. Indigenous Services Canada has power in the implementation. And so there's been a lot of fear-mongering about, oh, we might lose out on the billions of dollars that have been negotiated.